Y'all know what it is. MZ Talks Boxing.
Let me make this abundantly clear. We talk about boxing here. My opinion is winning, but if you ain't feeling the good on your boxing, yeah. It's been no headshot sting. So do these body blows that I bring. You wanted the big step to the ring. Let's go to the toe to the final bell ring. MZ Talks Boxing. Yeah. Shorty looking mad fly. Had me captivated when she walked by. I'm serious, she had me feeling this tingle, son. Stimulating conversation after mingling. Honey was jingling and stretched jeans looking clean. Appearance would enhance any scene. I mean, feel that? Really? I know it sounds silly, but looking at her was like puffing on a fat fillet. Relaxing, she had this natural attraction. She started laughing when she saw my reaction. Oh my, passed the name and number to the cell. Asked for mine, I said his oldest last name was Bell. Also known as the O, the B, the 3, the A, the S, the T. It's me, obese. If you get high, then I'm your guy. And if I got the high, you got the control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go.
Slow burning. Say what you want, just be blunt. I can stand the flames. Take a ride on the great airlines. I promise you be glad you came. The fire in your eyes make wetness between your thighs. You say you never blow, I eliminate your disguise. Underneath your green exterior, I gaze. Exploration of your brain leaves me in a purple haze. I see consent as my morals continue living. I just like to engage in a little oral tradition. So pardon my unorthodox approach to blazing luscious. That's just the way I roll. Lick the split before I stuff it. You like it hot, I got enough smoke to choke the average throat. But tonight I'm trying to go a little deeper. Loving the feel of your lips, taking drags off this gas, just puff and never pass. I'm your high value reader.
I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go.
I'm chilling in my room on this night. I got something tied up in the shower. Am I right? A friend in the negligee smiling as she rolling up. Every once in a while looking up, saying, "Girl, hurry up." She placed her gaze back up on me and took a deep sigh and said, "I'm so hungry. You want a drink?" I said, "Yeah." And while she walking to the table, she asking what I think. I like the way your lips poke out like she pouting. And that ass got my little man shouting. She kinda giggled, "Oh, you like what you see?" Before I can answer, I heard, "Hey, what about me?" I turned around, she got a pose with no clothes, with her leg up on the chair, with her ass was cold. She said, "Don't speak, just lay back on the bed." Said something about double D. Yeah, you heard what she said.
And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Welcome to another episode of MZ Talks Boxing, where I am your host, MZ. We're going to talk about it. Tonight's episode is called What you know about boxing? Glad to have you coming in. As usual, what's up, J1 Pro? My boy D-Lo 404 Boxing in the house. What's going on, my brothers? We're going to sit back a little bit and let everybody fall in like we usually do. And then we're going to open up and start enjoying ourselves and shit, have some fun. Talk about some boxing or what we know about boxing or lack of there. Yeah, it's been a good week. I hope everybody had a great weekend and everything's going fine for them. And, life is treating you well. Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more. Salute. Glad to have you in the house, my brother. Let me know if you need another candle, man. It's been a minute, and I know you guys haven't had one in a minute, so hit me up, Bruce. Let me know. You know, you're the official tester over here at MZ Talks Boxing. So let's not forget. What's going on? Oh, my brother. What's going on? Hyphy in the house. We came in early. I'm glad to see everybody falling in, fading in great, falling in behind. Got to talk about that Arthur Beterbiev fight against Anthony Yard. I think Anthony Yard did a pretty decent job. But, he gave us what we expected him to. And that was he gave a good fight. He gave a good account of himself. I ain't gonna even dog Yard like that. I'm gonna keep it 100% on Yard. He did way better than what I thought he would. I was one of those people that I can't even say I was one of those people that thought that he was gonna get destroyed. But I gave him to like round 10, and I felt like Beterbiev would stop him out. And I did get to see the fight. I watched it at work. Somebody, it wasn't as the fight went on. I ended up watching it after the fight, but somebody put a full video of the fight up on YouTube and got away with it. It played the whole time. So, yeah, I got a chance to see it. Yasser in the house. What's happening, Yasser? Or is it Yasser? I don't know. I'm messing it up already. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the Block Fam's Yasser. So I got a call from him. He put his head on the dresser. Y'all know what it is. Y'all keep following in as you come in, saying what's happening. Hit the like button for us. For me. I got to start saying that, in order to try to get myself into I really don't care about the algorithm. I just like talking to y'all. So however it go, we keep it real. We have a great conversation, open it up amongst each other. If people like it, they come through and they chill with us. If they don't, well, it is what it is. We're not going to cry about it or anything like that. These YouTube streets is getting real fierce out here. I've been seeing some channels going at each other. I mean, fiercely going at each other, making the rule of when you don't have anything to turn on, your idle hands turn into the devil, idle minds turn into the devil's workshop. And right now, these boys are ripping and tearing at each other. But that's the YouTube streets. That's how I go. Over here in the hood, part of the Block Fam, everything works out just great. Just great. Just great. We get along, we respect each other's opinions, and we keep things going like that. Because that's the only way to do it. If you can't respect another man's opinion, then what is it? My boy Hyphy said, gotta do a little clickbait. Gotta do a clickbait title. Attract the viewers. If we, I'm gonna be honest to you, Hyphy, if we gotta make up a jazzy title to get people to come in, then already we losing. We're gonna just keep it like we keep it. We're gonna do it like we do it. Enjoy the crowd that we got. It's been slowly growing, but it's not because we clickbaiting or anything like that. We just putting up a little title. They want to stop them through and check out the live. They do, and we roll it like that. We ain't gonna trick the people because that's just, to me, it's too much work. I'm seeing how these clickbaiters operate. You either got a fight on your hands because you said something that somebody don't like, or you got your crowd calling you out saying that what you pulled up is a bunch of crap and they don't want to see it or hear it. I hear the pretty girl, Baumgartner got a fight coming up. And if I can't even say nothing about it, but I know I put some money on it. I sure did. And I think she's going to do her thing, but I had to talk to the Oracle about it. He hooked me up with it. We're going to get down to those picks a little later because I know it's coming and I'm ready. Shocking, wow, and D-Lo favorite breaking news. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, D'Lo do all the breaking news lately. You know, he keep us abreast on everything that's going on, everything. But I don't know if maybe y'all can tell me because I'm not for sure. But if is the fight that Alicia Baumgartner got coming up, is that going to be for a title? Is she finally finna fight that champ that just been sitting around holding the belt, or is this another fight? Either way, I think she's gonna win. If it's not the champ that's been just holding the belt, she gonna beat the girl that she getting ready to fight, and then she gonna go beat the champ and become undisputed. Man, I like that word, undisputed. Meaning nobody can dispute the fact that you are the top, cream of the crop, creme of the creme. You know, whatever's first. However you want to put it, however jazzy you want to put it up there, that's what it is. I also seen, and I'm not sure, but I saw a cat. I think it was it's come on now, you gotta remember the gross name. Clarissa Shields' boyfriend proposed to her, which wow. Congratulations to Clarissa Shields being proposed to and getting ready to come into a join a married life, I guess. I just hope she her boxing doesn't take a hit from it. I hope, you know, he stands behind her and let her keep being great and doing what she does, and don't make our girl fade off into the back rankings. Yes, yes, okay. D'Lo was the favorite source of news, but he never breaks the news first anymore. Breaking news first could end up being bad, because you end up having to recant something, especially if you haven't done your homework and dug into it and made sure you had all the facts. All of the facts, not some of them, but all of them. And D'Lo seems to be coming out. I'll take breaking news that's a little late over breaking news is fast and first. And I heard this and I heard that. And then it come down to it and you don't know jack about what you're talking about. Man, I drop a video about every 2.5 days. I'm handling breaking any news. I feel you, D'Lo. That's what it is. I'm waiting on the rest of the family to start walking through. Tabby Burlett. What's up, MZ in the chat? That's Toby Burlett. What's going on, Toby? Am I saying that right, Toby Burlett? Welcome to the channel. I'm glad you're coming through. They say, what's up, MZ in the chat? And we saying, what's up, and right back to you. Glad you came through, and let's chill and have fun. Y'all start hitting me up on the chat. Let's get these conversations going, man. Don't leave me just, let me get this lit up. It's been a trying week for me at work, staying on top of these great picks that I had to try to make for, he said, Toby be everywhere now, hyphy. So you see Toby everywhere. Good. They showed up at the MZ Talks Boxing. That's great. But yeah, we're gonna talk about these Champ Ross picks, and some kind of way I'm being alluded on it. Don't want to talk about it. It's real. Who else? We got another fight coming. Oh, Tony Harrison and Tim Tszyu is coming up. I heard my boys talking about that yesterday, and I do want to touch on that a little bit more as far as Tony Harrison and Tim Tszyu doing their thing. I'm gonna start it off by saying, and this is a strong if, but I believe he can do it. If Tony Harrison shows up, the first Tony Harrison that fought Charlo from the first fight, if that Tony Harrison shows up, I believe he can beat Tim Tszyu and end up setting himself up, putting himself in a perfect position to have to face Charlo again. It is a great possibility that we can have that done. MZ, you're gonna have to drop the StreamYard link in Discord again, please. Oh, and thanks. Okay, let me go ahead and knock that right out. I thought I did that. My bad. Did it not show up right or something? I'm dropping it right now, my brother. Okay, I guess I gotta go to the email and find it. But okay, Toby Burlett says, yeah, that sounds close enough, MZ. My bad, man. I am notorious for messing up names, reading too fast. I'm not going to blame it on smoking. I'm not going to blame it on drinking, because that's my go-to excuse. I've been called out on it plenty of times. But I need to slow down, make sure I'm catching everything and take my time, pronounce everything correctly. So that way I don't be messing up. 2 undisputed fights happening this weekend. It's Serrano fighting too, but I do know my girl, my second favorite beautiful fighting woman, female that fights. I give her a strong third, second, first. Cause you know the GOAT is number one for me as far as female fighters. And then we got a strong second with Alicia Baumgardner. But yeah, let me go ahead get this link sent in here again. Hyphy said he didn't get it, so let me make sure I get that in there. Y'all give me a second. I'm trying to get my technical stuff together here. Copy that. Shoo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Toby Burnett say, Hyphy, you must be everywhere too. Let me see. There it is. Okay, give it a shot now, Hyphy. I done put the link back in there again. As y'all see, we started off tonight. I started off with the intro, and then I hit a back door and dropped the Hydro Blow song. Cause y'all know our brother DeCane is also on there representing with me and my brothers. And I just figured that'd be a good way to start the night off. We're gonna try to drop a couple of songs tonight as we go through, because somebody told me I haven't been dropping enough tracks while we've been doing the music talk. And we always supposed to drop some music while we talking about boxing. So y'all get on me so I don't be slipping and not making sure we keeping everybody entertained, enjoying and relaxing. So yeah. Let's make sure we stay on top of that. That's my bad all the way. Okay, Hyphy, I got the link in there. Who is the other undisputed fight that's coming up? And anyway, while I wait for that to come on, like I said, I believe Tony Harrison, if the one that fought Charlo, if he shows up the way he fought the first Charlo fight, I believe he can handle his business and end up setting himself up for another fight. Straight like that. Yeah, somebody shoot that dude in the head coming in here talking about seeing Wilder twerk and Fruity as you. We ain't got time for that nonsense. We don't play those games around here. We sit here and talk boxing and enjoy ourselves. We ain't got time for the foolishness at all. No kind of type way. So somebody bust that head for me. You have to say, man's are sad. You sure right. Anyway, let me see if I can't do something to this cat here, because I'm sure she'll sit your punk ass down. How about that? How about that? Sad as fuck. Yeah, so you sure right. You sure right. I got you, bro. I appreciate it. Way to use that wrench. Bust a head and keep it moving. Now, where was I? Tony Harrison. If he comes out boxing, keep his head in the game, he can beat Tim Tszyu. Now, I haven't did much homework on Tim Tszyu. I heard some people say that he got good body action and he goes to the body quite well and he brings pressure. But Tony Harrison is a good fighter. And no need to say, y'all know he's from Detroit. He carries that on his sleeve. He makes sure he represents Detroit, win, lose, or draw. And he got to go over to Australia to beat him. You got to go over to Australia to beat him. The question is, will he be able to keep his head solid in the game and handle his business? And it's I also heard the conversation last night that it might be a 10-round fight instead of a 12-round fight. If that's true, I have to agree with the statements that was made. I believe Trey X made it. If it goes 10 rounds, that brings up a chance for Tony Harris. That makes the chances for him even better. Because his gas tank is kind of not topped off. His gas tank kind of falls short come down to the championship rounds. So let's see. Do you guys think that Tony Harrison can pull it off? I believe he can. I'm going to go ahead and speak that right now. That's going to be one of my Champ Ross picks. I'm sure that fight's going to make Champ Ross. Did it make it already? I haven't even looked at the list yet. Got to do my homework tonight. Apparently, my cheat sheet ain't been quite up to par like it should be. Hyphy say, don't time him out. Just block him completely. Oh, I did the wrong thing? Okay, well, I'm sure somebody got him for me. I seen my brother say he got him, Yasser. He said, don't even worry about it. Oh, J1 Pro, you don't think Tony Harrison stand a chance to beat him? I think he do though, man. He got the range, he got the length, he got the height. He a big dude already, not super big, but he already. Tony Harrison does not look like a little dude when I see him in the ring. The dude, he seems like a pretty big 154 pounder. But I got confidence that the boxer can do it. If he just keep his head in the game. That's my only thing. If he keeps his head in the game, he can do it. The second fight that he had against Charlo, I was one of the people that thought he was taking the fight to Charlo, and he was really taking the fight to Charlo. He was stepping to Charlo a lot in that fight, and he was looking good doing it. And just by the eye test of the fight, I guess this is how some judges look at it. The guy pushing forward and doing things like that seems to be the one winning the fight. And he was taking the fight to Charlo till he got caught in that exchange, and that left hook caught him and put him in trouble. His recovery power doesn't seem too grand. I have to say he loses some points on recovery when he gets his bell rung. But on the other note, other than that, the man is a solid boxer all the way around. So J1 Pro don't think doesn't think he'll pull it off. I think he'll pull it off. But anybody else got something for me? Anybody else think that Harrison not gonna win? So I'm taking the J1 Pro that you're gonna take Tim Tszyu in the fight. I'm just guessing. Don't let me put words in your mouth or anything. I'm just saying that if you ain't going with Harrison, you got to be going with Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu. I'm saying it right. And every time I think of Tim Tszyu, I think of that damn, what's that video game? Street Fighter. No, not Street Fighter. It's one of those video games they got a Kazu or whatever his name is. His dad knocked the hell out of Zab Judah. That was one of the funniest knockouts I ever seen in my life. Every time I just think about it, I can see that dude falling down and jumping up, doing that little point move. Tony got too confident in the second Charlo fight, in my opinion. I can agree with you with that too. When he started doing a little dancing, trying to play into the crowd. I don't know if that was confidence or fatigue that kicked in. Sometimes I guess fatigue will make you do some dumb things. But he did let himself get out the game. He did let his head get out the game. And was the second fight or the first fight was, when did his dad pass away? I'm not trying to make excuses for him. I'm just looking at the way the landscape broke down for him when he lost. But he did start showing his ass in that first game, putting his hands up, wiggling his hips. That was the most foolish thing I ever seen. But the second foolish thing, or should I say the most foolish thing, is Charlo should have punched him while he was doing that dance and stuff. But it is what it is, and hindsight is 2020. But I think he might have learned his lesson. And since he got himself into the conversation and into the fight with Tim Tszyu, I'm thinking that he's gonna be serious enough. I'm thinking he's looking at this fight as another chance to bite the apple to become a champion. And I'm thinking that he's gonna be able to handle his business. I'm waiting for my brother Hyphy to come through and let me know who that other undisputed fight is that's coming up. I guess I might as well go and see it before it starts coming out. I took a thrashing in Champ Ross again this week. Not as bad as last week, but hey, not much better. I must say, it is what it is. Just waiting for maybe I ain't gonna catch no slack tonight. Maybe I'll be able to chill. As y'all know, tonight is one of those nights we're gonna sit back and chill and waiting for. I ain't seen the rest of the brothers come through yet. I guess they moving a little slow, like I was. And I almost fell asleep, but good thing I had my phone with would wake me up. I like Tony Harrison, but Tim has looked pretty good in Australia. Okay. So you who you going with, Toby? You going with Harrison or Tim Tszyu? I know you, like you said, Tim has looked pretty good, but do you think he looked good enough. He's gonna be good enough to be a good Tony Harrison. If we get the type of Tony Harrison that fought the first Charlo fight, if that guy shows up, do you think Tim Tszyu can beat him? That, you know, it's a big if. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know what's going on in the mind of some of these boxers. Tony Harrison had those lapses of judgment, and we just can't have none of them coming up. What's going on, Hyphy? Glad to see you made it through, my brother.
Yes, man, brother. What going on with you?
See, sit here enjoying the night. You know, my day off. I'm enjoying it. They tried to take it from me this week. You know, a lot of things that went on in the job, but I made it into the manager program. Like I told you guys, I was fighting to get in. So pretty soon I'll be able to make some changes up there.
Yeah, keep that Tuesday evening team freed up. You get me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a doubt. You know, I stand firm. I got to have Tuesday. My big brother who just stepped in the building, Ernest Davis, a.k.a. Texas Timbo, a.k.a. the best producer I know, is in the house. What's up, big bro? How you doing? Glad to see you coming through. I got to bring up this football situation, too. So I hear the Eagles are in for the Super Bowl. Am I right?
Yeah, they pretty much trumped the San Francisco 49ers over the weekend. I know the 49ers, they were on their fourth quarterback, and they kind of just they just trumped them.
They just pretty much laid it down.
Yeah, fam. I was I could actually watch the games myself. You know, being I really don't even watch football, but you know, just checking on the scores and stuff. Yeah, they got trumped.
Well, you know, by me working inside that store, you know, like I said, a lot of these people in San Antonio are Cowboy fans, and I hear the Cowboys went out there and laid an egg as well.
Yeah, that was the week prior. I'm gonna say it like this: it wasn't, you know, from what I've seen, it seems like it was just a disappointment for the quarterback to be, you know, so high paid, for him to have such a bad game. You know, he threw 2 interceptions. You know, we have seen people throw a lot more interceptions, turn the ball over more than that. But it just seems like he basically laid an egg in a very important game. You can't have that coming from a player that you just got the whole franchise, you know, the whole team is built around, and you paying them so much money. So that's what it was.
That's a terrible disappointment. It almost sounds like a Tony Romo situation, turning the ball over in the red zone and stuff like that, giving up the ball in the wrong at the wrong time. Welcome to the house. Joseph Brown just stepped in. Judge Joe Brown. He say, salute MZ. Philadelphia, my squad will be the last team standing. Okay, that's a big proclamation right there. So Philadelphia, who they waiting to fight? I mean, not fight. Who are they waiting to play? Who's up?
Oh, they're going against KC, the Chiefs again.
KC beat the Bengals.
Yeah. They you know, see, I didn't see that game either, but I heard that it was I heard basically a lot of people were saying Cincinnati got cheated in that game. I guess there was like a punt where somebody got hit in the back and there was a no call. There was an incident where I think the Kansas City quarterback Mahomes, he got hit or something, and they threw a flag on a play. Like, they just said there was a lot of calls that went against the Bengals in that fourth quarter. And once again, you got the Chiefs there, and of course it's going to be people with their conspiracy theories, because you would think that basically it's more profitable for them to have Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Okay, one of those type of situations that people would be crying about or complaining about. I don't know, big bro. Let me know if you might want to come on, because you know a lot about football. You can come in and give some knowledge on that if you want to. If you do, let me know. I'll put a link in the chat only for Ernest Davis to click on. Everybody else got it inside the Discord. Our brothers and sisters. Our brothers got the Discord in there if they want to join. If you want to join, let me know, big bro. If you want to come in and conversate with the rest of the family, or if you want to stay in the chat, that's cool too. So, Hyphy, who was the second undisputed fight that you had brought up? I know is Bumgarner fighting for all the belts this fight, or is she just fighting fight before that.
Yeah, that's correct. So Baumgartner is going to be featured in an undisputed fight. She's taking on Elam Michaela. So
That's the one that haven't been fighting, right?
No, that's not her.
This is a different lady.
Yeah. So the girl you're talking about, Choi. So basically, now it's fun because she did recently defend her WBA title that she had, even though she doesn't fight very often. You know, kind of like a PBC fighter. I know I had to take that jab. She doesn't fight very often, but a lot of boxing fans grew tired of her because it felt like she just been having the belts and just, defending it, and that's pretty much it. Like, not trying to make any big fights. So I think she defended her belt in like October, and then she claimed that she had an injury status, which is going to keep her out of the ring for a while. So the WBA decided to, I think they made her the champion in recess, and they just went ahead and allowed Baumgartner to fight for a vacant title. So yeah, she's gonna fight this woman Elam Michaela for the title, and Elam is interesting because I think she's ranked like number 5 and number 6, and she's coming off a loss against Persoon. But so I don't know, what was up with the other people ranked ahead of her. I don't know if like they all just couldn't take the fight because it was only like 5 weeks notice. I don't know if that was a factor that came into play, but yeah, she's like number 5 or number 6 ranked, and she got the call for that fight. Mind you, she's coming off a loss. But you was gonna say something?
No, I'm listening.
Yeah, so I mean, what you think about this type of situation? It's funny how boxing works. So in this situation, you had somebody who had a title, just defended the title. She claimed that she was going to have, basically she was going to be injured for a while. And the WBA, they allowed for another champion to fight for a vacant title. How you feel about that?
To be honest, to keep action moving and keep things going, I think I would say that's a pretty good idea. They didn't quite strip the lady. They made her a champion in recess, which also gives her a chance to come back. And she'll put her right at the top of at the front of the line when it comes for Baumgartner or whoever wins that fight. It gives her a chance to go ahead and see if she should still be champion. So I think it's a good idea instead of just letting her hold the belt for however long she's going to be injured. It keeps things going, which I think it's a good move. I think they should do that with the guys as well.
Now that's where I'm gonna get to. See, these sanctioning bodies, like me, it's the reason I don't stay up to date on like sanctioning body rules, or how some people can, oh no, because the WBA Super doesn't have mandatory. Like I can't do all that stuff because these sanctioning bodies, and I'm talking about all of them, they all change their rules, they break their rules so often. Now it's just funny to me that in women's boxing, the way that they break the rules is for the better of the sport,
betterment of the sport. I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And that's why I say I think they should, whatever the moves they make with the ladies, I think they should also do with the guys. I'm thinking that would help a lot of fans, and it would also I don't mean help a lot of fans. I think it would quench a lot of fans' hunger when it comes down to the fights. Okay, so she's not gonna get able to fight old girl because old girl got hurt. Let's keep the train moving. She ended up winning the belt. Old girl get healthy. Give her a chance like they did for Pacquiao with the Ugas thing. I'm thinking they should be able to do that. I think it would make for a better production, a better product to be put out in front of us, where people are at, where fans like ourselves would actually be not complaining about what's going on. Keep the fights coming instead of holding it up for one thing. Now, I know I said that I wouldn't say anything too much about Crawford and Spence, but I do have to bring up a fact. I did speak. It was a few months ago that I said a minute ago that I think Terence Crawford had got the WBO belt and just held it hostage, and his plan was to keep Spence from becoming undisputed, and not by beating him to be undisputed, but just not letting him fight for it. And to me, that's what I've seen break down. I don't want to get on him too long, but that's just what I happen to see.
Okay, so you trying to like just get my thoughts on that whole situation?
Yeah, go ahead, take your time.
Mind you, the chat about to go crazy. You know, I look at it like this. It's just a back and forth that's going on between these two fighters, because the same way you can say that, you got a whole bunch of Crawford fans that's saying, oh, see, Earl, he ducking Crawford because look, Crawford is freed up, and now Spence, he going to fight Thurman. And Spence, he's on record saying he don't believe in tune-ups. He don't need tune-ups. So they saying, and Crawford just said that he said he was going to spin the block. So why couldn't they go straight into negotiations? So you see what I mean? People could make that argument. And if you don't know, about boxing, then yeah, you could believe that also. Just the same way you got people, they see a goddamn picture, and that just because Crawford had a meeting with Golden Boy and took a picture with him, that automatically means that he's a Golden Boy fighter. So, it's just these ridiculous fans that have grown impatient, but also they got a very limited range when it comes to boxing. So, as far as your point, I can't influence how you feel about, Crawford just wants to hold up a belt or blah, blah, blah. I can't change that. But, whatever has led you to come to that, I mean, shit, maybe you might want to explain it to your chat.
Well, it's just, the moves that he made and a lot of things that he said. One of the things that stick in my mind when he had that interview and he was talking about Spence and how Spence, how he's been undisputed and how Spence will never be able to get a chance to see what that feels like. And, just listening to him say that and the different moves that he made and things that he said guided me to come to that conclusion that he really wasn't planning on fighting Spence. It was just more of, I got this belt. Spence can't get undisputed unless he comes through me. And it doesn't seem like he's trying to make it where Spence can go through him. The fact that he took that picture with Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins really doesn't mean crap to me. You know what I'm saying? So what if he joined Golden Boy? If he joins Golden Boy or however, like Oscar said, he can set him up to fight two of the Golden Boy fighters, and then he can make the Spence fight. Shut up. Really just, Oscar, stop it. You're not finna, Spence not finna fight on the zone. Unless something happens that I don't know about. I don't think that's going to happen. I think, so what if Crawford goes over there? Big deal. We still not going to get the fight that we're looking for. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I'm going to let you get some of the comments because, like I said, you bring that topic up, the comments about to flood.
Yeah, Yasser said he heard that party, what is that? Party, I can't even pronounce that.
Paradigm Sports.
Paradigm, that's how it is, Paradigm?
Yeah, that's the company that's suing Pacquiao
for millions for breaking contract with them and fighting Ugas. Was he supposed to have been fighting somebody else?
Yeah. So basically, they saying that they had a deal with Pacquiao that basically like instead of him working with PBC, Pacquiao was going to work with them, and they gave him an advance of $3 million. But then Pacquiao's team, they saying, that's, basically they didn't have like no official agreement. So Paradigm Sports is like, I'm saying? Like, y'all took the money. And so Paradigm Sports, they talking, like they serious. If they didn't advance this man $3 million, they wasn't playing around. But they saying Pacquiao didn't went on his word. Now, before people try to say, there's just a company that's come out of nowhere trying to get their name up or whatever. Now, think back. Some of y'all probably don't know this, but Pacquiao has been in this situation before where he had made an agreement with Oscar and told him that he was going to sign to Golden Boy. But then he went and re-signed with Top Rank. And so Pacquiao, he had a situation for a certain amount of fights where he was paying Golden Boy 5% of his purses during his whole welterweight run.
Really?
Yeah, because he had breached his contract, and Golden Boy had proof that he told them that he was going to sign with him. So yeah, it was a certain amount of fights where Pacquiao was paying Golden Boy 5% of his purse. So it's not like this is out of Pacquiao's character.
Okay. So Toby Burnett said, I heard Choi held on to her belt as long as possible because when she's champion, it helps her get more jobs and money with her modeling career in Korea. Now that's some news that that's something that I didn't know. That's some good information right there, Burnett.
That is true. But that's for every fighter, woman, male. When you become a champion, even if it's one of these fake titles, your pay status goes up. These networks, it's the reason like they want championship fights. So people probably don't even know, but Plant versus Benavidez, that's for a WBC, one of them fake titles. So they like, everybody likes to have a title. Your pay goes up when you get a title, even if it's a fake title.
Bringing up Plant, first of all, D-Lo 404 says, Floyd will let us know when it's time for that fight. Oh, stop it. And then he says, so I guess Pacquiao acting like they thought it was a gift. Maybe he did think it was a gift. He is the darling of the Philippines. He's the man. Yasser said, Paradigm, I got it now. Paradigm is big in the game. They got Conor McGregor and Leon Edwards from UFC on there. Okay, I feel it. Benavidez and Plant, how you feel about that? You seen? I saw a video that Ellie Setback had put out of Plant and them in the gym, and I think it was Benavidez's team, and they really got they got into it. They was in there. I think Plant slapped somebody or threw. You couldn't see if he connected or not, but I did see him throw the punch or swing his arm. I think that's going to be a good fight. David Benavidez said he's going to beat the fuck out of Plant. I don't know, man. This is a fight I'm excited to see. I like Benavidez, and I like Plant. I like Plant. I really like that guy. I think I'm still riding with Plant. I think it's going to be a hard fight. I think Plant got the better foot movement. I think they both about it quick with the hand speed. But can Plant keep Benavidez from just putting that straight pressure on him? Will he be able to take advantage of some of, as they say, David's leaky defense? Will he be able to? I guess we'll see if he got enough power to keep David off of him, because a lot of people saying they still questioning Plant's power, even though he got that beautiful knockout on Darrell. You think Plant got enough to hold out? They going 12 rounds?
Yeah, they going 12 rounds because, like I said, Benavidez has.
Oh yeah, it's a belt on the mind.
Yeah, like what? Yeah. See, for me, it's like this fight. It might be too. I don't know. It's not that it's far out. Cause I don't really consider it far out, but it's more so. And I'm being a pessimist here. It's just more so like I don't believe that. Like, it just hasn't set in that okay, this fight is really going to happen, because we've seen how it's been stalled out. I'm not trying to diss PBC or nothing. It's just the facts. But as far as looking at the fight now, so Plant, he's working with Stephen Bradman Edwards, who is a good trainer. He said that Plant does have power. It's just that, basically he wasn't allowed to. He just basically wasn't trained in a way to, really show his power, and that's what he's bringing out of him. So he's saying he's not worried about Plant being able to hurt him or, questioning Plant's power or anything. And I think they're really confident based off getting that knockout in their last fight. But other than that, my only knock on Plant is just the whole thing, like with the Canelo thing. The end fight situation.
The conversation while he was in the ring.
Yeah, like you just for you just being able to say that you was there is good enough. That's the only thing that rubbed me the wrong way about him. But other than that, I could definitely see why it's considered pretty much like a 50-50 fight. But Benavidez is undefeated, and so therefore people would be leaning to him. Let me pass the mic.
What's going on, D-Lo? How you doing tonight, my brother? He old. We gotta wait for him to hit the mute button.
Hey, cut that out now.
What's going on, bro? How you doing tonight?
Shoot, not to it, man. How y'all?
Living.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, that's a big plus.
Always a big plus. Every day I wake up above the flowers, I'm doing real good.
Yeah, I was just scrolling through the chat, and I noticed I seen all them blocks and time out of them, so I just want to hop on here and talk because I know you don't arrive now. You got a bunch of trolls coming up in here spamming the chat. Shoot, your status is moving on up.
Yeah, we go. We working on it. We staying honest. Speaking our opinion. Excuse me, having good conversation. If they come, they come. But if they come with that nonsense, we gonna bust their head with the wrench.
Yeah, gotta give them what they want, man. That's what they come for. They come to get they come to get slapped with a wrench. They love that. So who are we to deny them what they came for?
Exactly. We gotta give them what they want.
Hype up here using my talking points with me in the chat. So disrespectful.
Which points was this?
Talking about how them fools be putting on these championship bouts with fake championships with fake championships and the casuals are none the wiser. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he hit the nail on the head though, man. That's what it's all about, man. That's why you ain't fixing to see Boots Ennis fighting no other champion anytime soon, because he got that interim belt. He's a champion now. His pay done probably went up. They gonna advertise him as a champion. I guarantee y'all, next time he fight, it's gonna be a championship fight. They're gonna bill it as a championship fight. And you won't see the word interim nowhere in sight.
I agree with. Well, I don't know if it was you that made the point. Premier Boxing Champs. Everybody want to put on a championship fight. That's how they get their pay-per-views to mean anything to anybody. So yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it ain't just the pay-per-views. It's even just a regular televised bouts. You know what I'm saying? They want rarely do you ever see a PBC card that doesn't have a belt in the you know what I'm saying, a championship bout featured in the card somewhere. And most of the time, the main event is gonna be a championship bout.
Yeah.
Even if it's a regular or interim championship, it's gonna be a championship bout.
I feel you on that. My boy Joseph Brown say Spence and Crawford, no more comments from the narrative from me. Navarrete fighting on Friday. Boxing fans live in the fantasy when we have reality fights on Friday and Saturday to discuss. You're right. And who is Navarrete fighting? Am I saying his name right? Navarrete? Who is he fighting this weekend? Is it on the list? I mean, let me pull the list up. I haven't even checked the list.
Yeah, it's on there. I can't remember, man, off the top of my head. It's a replacement opponent. He was supposed to be fighting somebody else, but the guy had to pull out.
That's crazy. I hear that we got DeLance is listening too. What's up, DeLance? I know you out there in the audience. If you can throw something in the chat, let us know that you how you feel. If you got anything you want to say, go ahead and throw it up. We got a new person listening. They haven't showed anything yet, but I'm feel free to jump in anytime you want to. Toby Burles says, and Plant knocked down Ugatazi, knocked him down twice. So if Plant's trainer is saying he's not worried about his fight, his power and everything, that he just hadn't been trained right. I guess the only other person I can look at that and say, okay, I feel what you're saying is Tyson Fury. Learning how to sit down on his punches instead of doing all that flippy flopping around. The big snowman went to Sugar Hill, and the only thing I've seen Tyson Fury do is pretty much he was sitting on his punches a little more, and I think that that caused a big difference for he and Wilder when they were fighting. So maybe Plant has picked that up to start sitting on his punches more in certain spots, and maybe he will be able to do a little damage to Benavidez. But I'm excited to see when that fight finally materializes. We know it's official and things like that. I'm just waiting to see Plant get out there and see if he's gonna be able to do his thing.
Yeah,
You know,
they supposed to have an official press conference coming up. I think next week.
I think that's when it's supposed to be. I think so. You say Plant like that. Okay, I see it there already. Plant versus David press conferences on Friday. Okay, Joseph Brown said they're gonna be their first press conferences this Friday coming up. Who you got, Joseph Brown? Just to ask. Matter of fact, you guys let me know in the chat who y'all got. Y'all got Planet David Benavidez. You don't have to give me your reason why, but if you like to, you can too. Shoot, we all about trying to figure out. Oh, Liam Wilson is fighting Navarrete. Say they build Tank as a 3-weight champion, but he was only full champion at 130 pounds. I agree with that. They, those secondhand belts. They do talk about those a lot in the different weight classes, but him holding just one real belt, and that's the one he lost on the scale, isn't it?
Nope. the one he lost on the scale. Yeah, he did. Yeah, went the first time, and then he went back and he won the same belt back later, but for Leo Santa Cruz. Yeah, that was the first. He was the full champion there.
Hey, and y'all know what I be thinking about, like just when it comes to these belts. Okay, because I always remember Lomachenko. He said he talked to a whole bunch of promoters, and he didn't want to sign with none of them because he wanted a promoter to guarantee him that he could fight for a title in his first professional fight. And he said when he came across Bob Arum, they told him, we can't allow you to fight for a belt in your first professional fight, but we could allow you to fight for the title in your second fight. I said, how the hell was Bob Arum able to do that?
Bob the Godfather, man. Bob been around longer than anybody when it comes down to promoting. I mean, I think he's the oldest promoter as far as business-wise that goes. So Bob got some power. I've heard the joke about the WBO belt is whatever Bob orders. So, however he pulled it off, My thing with Lomachenko, which I don't know if you guys will agree with me, but the Devin Haney situation, my take on that was if he was already the champion and he was looking for the biggest fights, he really did not have to drop the WBC belt and ask for the franchise belt in order to go and fight. Who was it? The Diva. What's the Diva's name?
Lopez.
Yeah, Teofimo. Because that would have been a unification fight anyway. So Devin would have had to take a back seat to that anyway. I'm still having problems of understanding why he would have had to drop a belt and ask for the protection belt. I guess what I'm getting at is he wasn't planning on fighting Devin ever. And now he's in a situation to fight Devin. And now I'm starting to hear that there's starting to be some situations coming up with that. So, like I said, it's my opinion that he didn't have to drop that belt because the fight that he would have had with the Diva would have been a unification battle anyway. So having everyone in boxing always say unifications trump mandatories.
Now, see, this is where I be catching slack, but this is what I've been told. I was told that basically this guy Don Majeski, he got behind the scenes with Haney and Lomachenko team, and he presented this situation to both of them, and it looked good to Haney's team because they could just say Lomachenko ducked. But at the same time, they're going to get a belt, so their pay was about to increase also. And at the same time, Lomachenko was able to go fight for, Teofimo's belt and run around calling himself a fake undisputed champion. Granted, he win. So it was a deal that worked out for both of them. So while it looked like Lomachenko just ducked Haney and the WBC helped Lomachenko out, like I said, from what I've been told twice, that's really what happened behind the scenes. This was a mutual agreement.
So you saying that one side used it as an opportunity to claim a duck effort? That's
more an opportunity to get a belt too.
Yeah,
the deal benefited both sides.
but see, that's my problem. He was already holding a belt. See, that's the part that's getting me. He was holding the WBC belt, but he didn't need the franchise belt. I don't know what kind of deal that could be made behind the scenes that say, "Hey, give up this belt, take this franchise belt, and then go fight this dude for the other belts."
Well,
He could have went and became the real undisputed.
they still would have had a ways to go at that time, if I'm not mistaken, because initially I don't think Teofimo had picked up that belt at the time. And then he ended up picking it up shortly before. Because I think Teofimo fought the guy Richard Comey, and then right after that it ended up being a Lomachenko fight. But Lomachenko was already looking at trying to do other things besides fight Haney anyway. I just don't think he wanted to be bothered with that title defense, and I'm not trying to dismiss it as if it ain't a duck. I mean, to me, it's still a way of ducking. I didn't like it. I called it the save face belt, for him and Canelo, and that's the way I look at it. Like for Team Haney, it was an opportunity for them to get a title, pick up the title in a fight that was, for all intents and purposes, they avoided what would have been probably the toughest fight of his career. And they got the belt in the process, which, like Hype said, increases earning potential, notoriety, recognition, all of that stuff. And then from Lomachenko's standpoint, by him getting that franchise belt, for optics, it appeared that he was still, he's still the champion. So he didn't lose anything. But then he still was able to go on and make bigger fights, because the Haney fight, more than likely wasn't going to be a big fight for him. Not that the Teofimo Lopez fight ended up being a huge fight either, but because it was a unification bout, it of course is a bigger fight than a routine title defense. So that's where the benefit to him came in at.
Okay, that makes a little sense to me.
Hey, I want to say something else about those negotiations right quick too. You had said, you all right?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Okay. So you had said that something was going on with the negotiations, stalling and stuff like that, right? And I'm to the point, man, where I'm just kind of trying to wait and see. That's why I don't be talking about it, because I be I be in them Facebook groups and stuff. Like I got my own little group that I be running this stuff on Facebook too, and so these guys, like you'll see these posts, right? And a lot of people just getting second and third hand information. They repeating it, and when they typing it, they typing it, all different from what it was originally. It's almost like I whisper something to you, you whisper to somebody else, they whisper somebody. By the time they get to the last person, it's a totally different story. So these are the three things I saw. First thing I saw was Devin Haney is basically stalling the Lomachenko negotiation because he wants the all the money from concessions. Basically like all the food sales and stuff in the arena. He want all that money. Then the next time I saw it, it was that Devin Haney and Lomachenko, they negotiations are held up because Devin wants more concessions. And then now they're saying that Lomachenko wants more concessions, which concessions could be anything, That's not saying they want the food and vending money. That's saying that, that it's something
giving up.
Right, something in negotiating I want you to give so I can gain. But these jokers so out of touch with what language and terminology. They just on YouTube, on Facebook and YouTube, just running wild, just saying stuff that don't make no sense.
Well,
So I listen.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, so I'm to the point, man. I'm just waiting to see, man, because until we start hearing rumors about one of them fighting somebody else, I'm just gonna believe that they gonna fight, and you know what I'm saying, and hope that they get it done, and that's still gonna happen in Vegas. I think I can't remember what the date was. May something in Vegas is what they were reporting. So I ain't seen anything saying that that's not gonna happen. So I'm gonna assume that that's still gonna happen until proven otherwise.
Okay. Just for listening purposes, you want to let everybody know what the name of that Facebook group is that you run? You know, you might have some of our brothers want to come over there and join.
Yeah, it's called You Can't Play Boxing.
Okay, you can't play boxing. Tony, but let's say you definitely know that Bob didn't pay anyone for any special treatment. Shit. The Bob father has long reach. He can make backdoor deals that you never even thought was possible. Okay, Toby also says Suleiman said Bob was the one who applied for the franchise belt, not Team Loma. But you can never tell who's telling the truth. That is such a fact. Because each time that the franchise belt was put out and Suleiman spoke on who asked for it, Canelo, if I remember correctly, tried to act like he didn't want the franchise belt. And Lomachenko did the same thing. They blamed it on, I think Canelo blamed it on De La Hoya. And like you said, Lomachenko, they blamed it on somebody else too. So that seems to be a narrative going on right there. It's hard to tell who's telling the truth in boxing. You know, person don't talk a lot, get labeled.
Damn.
Yeah, he done kicked himself off the show again.
Yeah. Get your ass up out of here.
Yeah.
Anywho, I'm gonna read another comment. So Toby Bartlett said, I'm not sure exactly, but I know Trey X said a few points above talking about the points and stuff. Yeah, then J1 Pro, he up in here too. Hey, what I'm gonna say about just all that stuff, like you was talking about the like all this negotiation stuff. Like you just like, to me, I feel like that's really not our place. But at the same time, we'll never really know. And if you take news from somebody, you gotta question who it's coming from. Like, what is their bias? This dude named IOTBA, this dude who claimed that he don't like Crawford, he do live streams every day, and you look at his videos, it's nothing but Crawford. He's like another Fanon. So you gotta question where you getting this information from. Now D-Lo, he showed us something. And I had heard this rumor, MZ don't care if we say names, lying ass Fanon, he put this rumor out years ago. But you can see that it's getting around to other people because D-Lo just posted something on Facebook where somebody said Spence versus Crawford sparred in 2018 and Spence beat his ass. That's why Crawford don't want the fight. So I'm just laughing at that because you got to think about it. Both them guys, in 2018, Crawford was either a welterweight champion or he was already undisputed champion. So you trying to tell me in 2018, when everybody was already looking forward to that fight, these guys somehow, some way sparred and it went under the radar all this time?
Right, that's exactly what I said. Yep.
How is that even possible? But like I said,
not only that, Hyphy, he knocked him out in sparring. Remember?
Yeah.
And he beat him up back when he was going to the Olympics too. That was the other thing. When Spence was going into the Olympics, they sparred and he beat Crawford up real bad.
Now y'all just gotta ask yourself, how does Crawford and Spence, two of the top guys in the sport, how does them sparring go under the radar?
Man, Hyphy, much younger, they were talking to each other when they had that face to face. I mean, I know a lot of it was just banter. Nobody was really upset, but they still were like trying to one up each other. That would have came out in when they met in Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma, wherever they were in Oklahoma. That would have came out.
Yeah, somebody would have said, "I beat your ass in sparring already." You know that I already, you know what it is,
right? Because they both of them was talking about they gonna stop each other. You know,
exactly.
Spence said, "When I stop you, they gonna say you were too light in the ass," and Crawford said, "When I stop you, they gonna say you stayed at 140, 147 too long."
Yeah, I remember that. And
if one of them had to stop the other one in sparring or got the best of the other one in sparring, I'm pretty sure it would have came out at that time during that exchange.
All you can say is people don't listen to the rumors. And if you do listen to a rumor and it kind of tantalize you a little bit, use some reasonable deduction of what's being said and what's going on. 9 times out of 10, you're going to figure out that the person is dropping that information is full of crap through and through.
Man, I'm convinced a lot of these people don't even believe the stuff they're saying themselves, man. I think like these some of these, like if you look at it, man, it's like these guys study, like they look at the other channels that's doing good, right? And they study what they're doing, and then they start copying. And I mean, you see it every day. And then all of a sudden, you'll start seeing their titles look the same. They're phrasing the titles the same. They're putting the same type of info in the I forget the description box. They're putting the same hashtags. They're starting to do the thumbnails the same, and then all of a sudden you'll start seeing that their views are going up and their subs are going up. And then once that starts working for them, the integrity is out the window. They just gonna keep doing what works. So and then next thing you know, you got 4, 5, 6, more of them doing the same thing, and they just follow the leader. But as far as the talking points and stuff they're talking about, man, they don't care if it's true or not. Nobody's gonna come after them for libel or slander or anything like that. Worst case scenario, I seen a guy, it was Monty Brown. He had made a video one time and it said Virgil Ortiz says, and it was something about Terrence Crawford, if I'm not mistaken, but it might have been somebody else. But anyway, on Instagram, Virgil Ortiz called him out on it, say, man, don't be putting in no title. I said, no, I didn't say anything. And Monty Brown was trying to justify it, saying, man, you gotta listen to the video. The video, you know what I'm saying? The video, if you listen to the video, it don't. I tell what really happened. That's just a title. You can't be going off what the title say. I'm like, really? Man, you gotta be kidding me. But that's the way it is. But I mean, but it's not like, what's the worst you gonna say? You make you change the title? You ain't got no strike on your channel. You ain't getting sued or nothing. So for a lot of them, it's worth the risk. You know what I'm saying? They just keep doing it.
Man, that's crazy. The boxer called him out?
Yeah, on Instagram. Instagram or Twitter. He called him out and told him, man, don't be saying don't be quoting me on stuff I didn't say.
Wow, that's not good. That's not good at all.
And then he made a reply video about it and was saying that he don't know why he had a problem with it. It was just a title, blah, 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 blah. He was trying to justify why it was okay. I was like, man, that's crazy.
Same thing happened with Fanon and Jamel Herring. Fanon said that I forgot who the fighter was, but Fanon said that Jamel Herring said that some fighter was on steroids, and Jamel Herring found Fanon on Twitter and literally replied to him, say, hey man, like I never met this guy, I never talked to this guy, so how could I say this? Like, you lying. And all Fanon did was just change the title of the video. But yeah, these people be doing that shit, boy.
At least he changed it, I guess. But to get called out by
that makes it okay. Yeah, that just makes it all okay. He changed the title.
Yep. No, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying at least he did change it. But that still doesn't erase the fact that a fighter, you know what I'm saying, the people that we talk about, that we admire, that you would hope if they do speak on you, it's in a positive way. They're giving you some ups, not calling you out on the video you did. That, you know what I'm saying? But that right there is enough for me. If I'm listening to you and something like that happening, I'm taken aback by that. I might not even come to your channel anymore because I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? That's not the operation I'm looking for. That is crazy. I did not, man. That is crazy. What is that? Then I was playing with the mouse. That's what happened when I was talking and I got kicked out. I kicked myself out because I messed around and hit the wrong button. I don't even know why I'm messing with the mouse.
I didn't even know you had commented in the comment section. I'd have blocked it.
You'd have blocked it?
At least timed it out.
I feel you. I don't think you can though. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
They say Tony Bellette said, Gil Coles, I'm on joint 26th place, 2 points behind Champ Ross with 5 points above Trey X. But Trey X said last night my days were numbered and he was going to be in front of me this week. Laughing out loud. Why y'all talking about Champ Ross? Why y'all want to bring that up right now?
Yeah, they just like talk among each other.
I'm just talking shit. And yeah, you're right, Hyphy. I don't care about saying the name. If what you saying is what you saying, who gonna get mad about that?
Hey, well, you don't hear lying on nobody.
No, we're not doing that. Long as the truth being said, you do what you do.
Yeah, we're truth tellers talking about the ones that be lying. I heard MZ when we first came in, when you first started, you were saying something like, there's some stuff going on among YouTubers. Me and D-Lo, we caught a little glimpse of that little stuff also.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Oh,
the
y'all talking
YouTube
about
streets,
a
they
bunch
got
of
crazy in the boxing game.
a bunch of clickbaiters a bunch of clickbaiters getting on somebody else about clickbaiting the line, and that's all they all do.
That's what Blood said today too. Yep.
Yeah, I had commented on his. I think I said that in the chat, and he read it. But all I'm doing is saying, how you gonna chastise me for doing the same thing you do? Like, come on now.
Okay, yeah, I'm in the chat making sure I'm not missing anything. Everybody doing their thing. So, yeah, I'm gonna go on and go out on a limb. I see it when Blue Blood brought out the situation about Terrence Crawford going to fight on BLK. I remember saying, if I was Blue Blood, I would not have said anything and let anybody know about what moves I was making behind the scenes with that. When he did that, in my opinion, he put a lot of extra eyes on him, and guys that didn't like him already, this was their opportunity to jump all over him. And it's not helping.
Yeah, like the one that didn't like him but was pretending like they liked him.
Yes, that you know what I'm saying? That situation. So he put a target on his back, and I always felt if you're gonna do some business, the business that you're gonna be doing, you need to keep that to yourself, because you never know what might go awry. And right now, we seeing the soap opera pretty much unfold before our eyes, because he's saying things, people pulling out receipts on him. They really, they getting on him, and he mixing up his words right now, and all because of, dare I say, Terrence Crawford, because this is his trouble started when he did the video and said he and Terrence Crawford met. I think it was at a 7-Eleven in the parking lot, and once he did that story, all eyes was on him. Guys was already picking apart what he was saying. Then the fight went awry, and that just opened the floodgates for him. He's got, unless he decides to just drop the bullshit and move on like a G would do, he gonna be spending a lot of time arguing with these guys. They got him.
Hey, to me, I don't care what I mean, because to be honest, he ain't doing no different than what he been doing. You know what I'm saying? He's always he's consistent with what he does in terms of how he runs his channel, and it's effective and it works for him. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? And he got a loyal audience, you know what I'm saying? And he acknowledges everybody in the chat. People appreciate that. So I mean, he keep doing what he's doing. But as far as I think some of these people got an issue with his position on certain things and this, that, and the other. But I mean, I don't even think those people should care about that. But my thing is, I think the biggest issue right now is I wouldn't. This is just me. I ain't gonna say what somebody should or shouldn't do. I'm just gonna say me. I wouldn't be addressing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said what I said, and this is my video. And after I drop this video, I'm on to the next video. I'm not fixing to go around and see what everybody got to say about my video, and then make a video in response or feel compelled to go on somebody's channel and defend myself. I said what I said, and now I'm moving on to the next video. And I think that's what I wouldn't do, because I wouldn't give it that energy, because you ain't gonna change somebody else's opinion about your opinion or their perception of what they think about what you said. So I would just move on. Man, they want to come to the comment section, which is comment section too big anyway. So it wouldn't even like when you got as many comments as he got, you're not gonna address the comments anyway. Like me, I address my comments, you know what I'm saying? Unless it's just something egregious and I don't feel like it. But you know what I'm saying? But when you got 10, 20 at the most comments, you can address it. But when you got hundreds of comments, stuff gonna go unseen. That's why people go and make videos in response. But I just wouldn't be out there looking to see what other people got to say about what I say. I just don't care that much.
I feel you. I just thought I'd bring it up because I did say that a smart move would have been just keep your mouth shut and and do things the way you've been doing. But you know, Joseph Brown in the house. Judge Joe Brown, what's going on, my brother? How you doing tonight?
I see y'all dropping names today.
You know, I've never had a problem with a name coming out.
Hey, D-Lo got something you got to say. Hey, we done already caught Monty Brown doing some bullshit before. This man took a video of Floyd Mayweather letting go another fighter. You know what I'm saying? Then he tried to break news with that same video as if to say some of us didn't see that video with Floyd letting another fighter go. And he tried to make that into him letting Tank Davis go in that video. The same video in which he was talking about another fighter letting go years ago.
Years earlier.
Wow.
So we already know what time it is with that dude.
That's crazy. That is crazy. But I would like to know, Joseph Brown, how you looking at Plant and Benavidez?
That's a tough one, man. I like where Plant is headed. You know, that O getting wiped off is turned this man into a different kind of cat, and I like that. You know what I'm saying? So it all depends. It all depends late, man, what his stamina look like. Because he has all the ability to outbox Benavidez. I worry about him late in the fight as he stands in front of Benavidez and is more flat-footed later on in the fight. But you know, I see he's working on his power a lot more, and he's looking to put more emphasis into the shots that he's trying to land. So we're gonna see if it makes a difference. If he can hurt Benavidez, we don't know how Benavidez is gonna respond when he get hurt. That's something we haven't seen. So, you know, I look forward to that clash, man. It's intriguing. Right now, I give the slight edge to Benavidez, but if he wins, he's gonna win by late stoppage. I say about 10th round. But it wouldn't shock me if Plant was to pull out a decision, or if he even happened to stop Benavidez. I just think this fight can go in so many different directions. As it gets closer, I'm gonna have more of a solid answer for you.
I feel you. Trix in the house. What's going on, bro? Glad to see you made it through. That's my only concern about Plant too, is him kind of running out of gas. I'm wondering, you know, when these guys realize that they run out of gas at a certain point, is there anything that they try to do to help themselves where they can last the full fight? And you know, I would think one would practice to try to last at least a 15 rounder.
Hey, MZ.
Yeah.
Go down to the chat and look at what Yasser said about Caleb Plant.
Yasser said, "You sure Plant ain't gonna start asking his opponent to evaluate his performance again mid-fight?" I'm good. No. Oh man.
He pulled a Devin Haney. How's my power?
Yeah, but at least Devin Haney waited till they was in the locker room.
And we made sure he won the fight.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, y'all know I used to be like trying to make Plant an excuse. I used to be like, saying he was talking shit like, yeah, how you like what I'm doing now? But you guys have convinced me. I've looked at
that man was asking for approval. After they done talked all that shit in the build up of the fight, and then you in the fight with the man, and you asking, yeah, man, not bad for blah 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 blah. Man, what the hell?
Man,
hey, the fight was pretty much over then. It was a matter of time. Once he did that, it was only a matter of time before he got stopped.
Hey, MC, go get one of them songs loaded up. Time to take a break in a second.
All
hey,
right.
But, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yes, y'all know, like in sports, a lot of people be criticizing people that's poor sports and sore losers. LeBron, he walked off the court without shaking hands. Westbrook, he tried to fight the fans because he was losing. I'd rather have a fighter that's a poor sport than somebody that's gonna pull that shit that Plant pulled.
I can't protect him. I can't say nothing. You guys are right. And yeah, he was tripping. And with that, I'm gonna hit y'all with Hydro Blow, featuring our brother Decane. Let's get it. Oh man, am I tripping or what? Oh shit! I just realized. Hold on. Oh man, am I tripping or what? I'm messing up, y'all. No audio.
Yeah, we here.
I forgot when I got kicked out. When I kicked myself out, it took the board off. But I'm gonna put it.
Old man problem. We know it.
What old man problem? Man, you don't stop it. Oh shit! I got all kind of stuff going on. Hold on, let me get this together. Okay, now. My bad, family. My bad. Nobody just think to tell me, hey, what's up with the music or MC? Y'all just, oh shit.
We were just being patient, man. We know you up there in age.
Wow. Age got nothing to do with, oh man, y'all just had me sitting here. How long was that? Like 3 minutes? Oh my gosh, I feel horrible right now. Y'all just let me play myself. Big time. Okay. Bag up. Bag up. Here we go. Now, let's just pretend that big blank space didn't happen. Hey, I'm about to drop this song Hydro Blow featuring our brother Decane in the house. Let's get it.
Shorty looking mad fly. Had me captivated when she walked by. I'm serious, she had me feeling this tingle, son. Stimulating conversation after mingling. Honey was jingling, and stretched jeans looking clean. Appearance would enhance any scene. I mean, feel that, really. I know it sounds silly, but looking at her was like puffing on a fat fillet. Relaxing, she had this natural attraction. She started laughing when she saw my reaction. Oh my. Passed the name and number to the cell. Asked for mine, I said his oldest last name is Bell. Also known as the O, the B, the 3, the A, the S, the T. It's me, obese. If you get high, then I'm your guy. And if I got the high, you got the control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. You can make this track go. And if I got the high, you got control. And if I got the high, you got control.
Slow burning. Say what you want, just be blunt. I can stand the flames. Take a ride on the great airlines. I promise you'll be glad you came. The fire in your eyes make wetness between your thighs. You say you never blow, I eliminate your disguise. Underneath your green exterior, I gaze. Exploration of your brain leaves me in a purple haze. I see consent as my morals continue living. I just like to engage in a little oral tradition. So pardon my unorthodox approach to blazing luscious. That's just the way I roll. Lick the split before I stuff it. You like it hot, I got enough smoke to choke the average stroke. But tonight I'm trying to go a little deeper. Loving nothing of your lips, taking drags off this gas, just puff and never pass. I'm your high value reason.
I got the high, you got control, you make the track up. And if I got the high, you got control, you make the track up. And if I got the high, you got control, you make the track up. And if I got the high, you got control, you make the track up.
I'm chilling in my room on this night. I got something tied up in the shower. Am I right? A friend in the negligee smiling as she rolling up. Every once in a while looking up, saying, "Girl, hurry up." She placed her gaze back at home and took a deep sigh and said, "I'm so hungry. You want a drink?" I said, "Yeah." And while she walked into the table, she asked me what I think. I like the way your lips poke, I like she pout. And that ass got my little man shouting. She kinda giggled, "Oh, you like what you see?" Before I can answer, I heard, "Hey, what about me?" I turned around, she got a pose with no clothes, with her leg up on the chair, with her ass exposed. She said, "Don't speak, just lay back on the bed." Said something about WH. Yeah, you heard what she said.
And if I got the high, you got control, you make this track up. And if I got the high, you got control, you make this track up. And if I got the high, you got control, you can make this track up. And if I got the high, you got control, you can make this track up.
That's what it is. That's what it do. My boy Gil Cole said the Kane sounded, and I'm guessing he's saying the Kane, sounded like Devin the Dude. Yeah, he got on there and did his thing. I can't, every time I talk to him, I got to tell him thank you. He got on there and did his thing. My bad. We had one of those technical difficulties, which had y'all listening to a bunch of air, which is a total dead thing that happened on anything that's just giving music. So, yeah. But we got it together now.
So MZ,
yes, sir.
I didn't hear you give your thoughts on, just the fight that transpired over the weekend. Artem Beterbiev versus Anthony Yarde.
Man, I actually got a chance to pull up a video of it while I was at work, and it turned into a good fight. I don't know how this person put it on YouTube. It was a stream they had did, because they even recorded the mess up of the stream and when they brought it back on. But to the fight, they started off at a fast pace, which kind of surprised me. But Yarde impressed me a lot because he was able to keep moving. He was bending at the waist, using his feet. And I didn't see the fatigue kick in as bad, like, when he lost to Crusher. To me, he took that loss more of being dog tired than anything else. But he was catching Arthur with some good lefts. And he took some good shots too throughout the fight. But I was mostly impressed because he was able to keep his feet moving and keep moving around and not letting himself really get trapped on the ropes or as much. Yeah, Beterbiev did spin him a couple of times when they, got into the corner. It's like, Yarde was pushing him back. They got into the corner and he just, did, I don't even call it, but he parried or did something. And Yarde ended up in the damn corner. But as the fight started going on, I say, after 5, you could see Yarde did start slowing down, but he didn't give up. He didn't, as you guys say, fatigue and make a coward out of me, and he fought through it. And I was impressed with Yarde. He really impressed me. He did more than what I thought he would do, especially going up against Beterbiev. I just felt like Beterbiev was head and shoulders above Yarde, but Yarde made a great showing for himself. But that I don't know if it was the right cross or a right straight that Beterbiev hit him with, because the angle that the dude that on the video when I was watching it, the angle that I saw it, all you could see is Yarde reacted from that first punch. That first punch, man, it lit him up. And then when he followed him with the second one and Yard went down to the ground, I felt like Yard did the smart thing by staying down, taking as much time as he could to try to clear his head. But it was evident that punch rung his bell. And that was it. I enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, that was the overhand right, MZ, that he landed in between Yard trying to throw an uppercut. He timed it perfectly, and he caught him. He didn't see the punch, and that punch was the beginning of the end.
Man, he rocked him, and like I said, I feel like Yard showed me some things by staying on the ground trying to clear his head, but I didn't see the punch. Like I said, that's why I couldn't tell what kind of punch it was, because the angle that I saw it, the camera was directly behind him, and you could just see Yard lean over, and his face, from what I could see, his face showed that he was lit up. He got lit up. But other than that, I can't take nothing away from the dude. That dude, Yard came to fight. He did do that. He went in there and he made a good showing of himself. And he stuck Beterbiev a couple of times. He caught him with a good little jump hook, a good left hook that he caught Beterbiev with. But Beterbiev, when he was getting hit, he was coming up out of there. He would he would take some steps back or something. He wouldn't just stand there and let Yard try to tee off on him. He was getting out the way. So I feel like, Yard pack a little punch, at least enough to make Beterbiev not want to stand there and try to just work through it. Those my feelings of the fight, Hyphy.
Yeah, I mean, you covered a lot of it. It was just some stuff that I seen. I'll just touch on. It was interesting because Anthony, he was able to get Arthur in the corner multiple times throughout the fight, but it seems like every single time that he did, it's like his inexperience would allow him to get the role reversed, where Arthur would put him in that same corner and he would get the better of that exchange in the corner. So that was one of the things that I seen. Now I'm gonna steal Trey X point because he said it first, and I definitely seen it. That left hook, the check left hook specifically, that shit just kept landing from Anthony Yard.
Right.
It kept landing on Beterbiev. He was just definitely a little quicker, and he was able to land it and throw it at the perfect time. So that definitely kept landing. So that was something I definitely seen. Now, giving Arthur some credit, once again, it was, this dude, he cannot be clinched. He always keep his elbows tucked. To me, he's in the best in the game as far as that, not getting clinched. And if you look at Arthur, so I know people thought this was going to be one of them, as Trey X call him, like a smoker. But Arthur, he could have went out and fought like that, but he decided to use some of his skill and just, IQ, experience, and he fought at his pace that he wanted to. If you look at that fight, Arthur, he don't waste no punches. And that's a ring IQ, high IQ fighter. He fought, well. Now his defense, and he even admitted he didn't defend himself as good as he wanted to, and I definitely seen that. But outside of that other stuff, yeah, that dude, he not just in that ring punching. He really thinking in that ring.
I'll give him that. I will give you that on that. He is economical with his punches. But as far as him, he fought a good fight. I guess I was just, I felt like speaking on Yard because Beterbiev show what we pretty much know he is. We're not saying he knows Superman or nothing like that. We don't put tables on him, but we know he can fight. And I was more interested in how Yard was going to fight because I don't know if he's still doing it, but Yard said he don't spar and all that kind of stuff. And that right there, just because he says he don't spar, is kind of intriguing to me because I'm like, how are you learning what to do and when to do it in the ring if you're not sparring to practice it?
Well, I'll tell you one thing he's not working on his jab defense. That's number one he ain't working on at all. Because Beterbiev was landing that jab whenever he felt like it. I mean, that his jab defense was terrible. Um, and you would think that that being a principal weapon that you lost your first title fight against, and then other opponents is consistently landing the jab, that'd be something that they would be working on to try to shore up before you step into a big fight with another big fight of this magnitude. You know, to shore up some of those deficiencies that have come up over and over again with him. He put on a good show. That fight went a lot longer than I anticipated it going. Much respect to him. He did a lot better in this fight than I anticipated him doing, like I said before. Credit to him, but there's still some things that Yard needs to work on. And that's just the bottom line. If he wants to get to where he wants to be, which is a champion, he's still young enough. But, you know, there's some real elite guys right now at 175, which is gonna stop him from being a champion if he doesn't shore some of that stuff up. He still has enough athleticism, but after a while, that athleticism is going to fade, and then that's where the skills and the technical side he has to really try to sharpen up. I understand he started fighting late, but in order to beat guys at that level, it has to improve. So, but I give him credit for what he was able to do Saturday night. But yeah, that jab defense was very, very telling.
Well, you would have to attribute those flaws, I would think, to his trainer as well. You know, you have to ask, what is his trainer doing to allow him to still have these flaws? But, you know, like you said, he is young enough to get another shot. He will have to shore those things up, that jab defense and the other holes that you spoke about. He really needs to shore that up. But like I said, you know, you have to look at his trainer and be like, dude, what are you really doing? So with that, J1 Pro say, oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I've heard it suggested that, you know, maybe he should add a trainer and basically add someone else as the lead trainer and keep the other guy on, you know, being that, you know, he works well with him, but that they need a little more help. And I can see that. Just because you feel like they learned a lot from getting to where they got to and then getting back there again in terms of a title shot against a top level guy in the division. But for one, I felt like for the success they had in the Kovalev fight and not to be able to capitalize on it and actually win the fight, and then to lose it in the way they did, and then to also follow it up, you know, a couple fights later with a decision loss. I think that was a humbling experience and a good learning lesson, and you could tell that they learned a lot from that and improved as a team, not just as a fighter, but as a combination, trainer fighter combination. But then in this fight, you know, it's just, to me, the lack of experience on the top floor, and then the lack of you know, of course, the lack of amateur experience, just not having that to fall back on. You know, when you're in a situation and in a fight where certain things aren't, you know, are going well, but then certain other things aren't. There wasn't an ability to adapt to shore up the things that aren't going well. It was like, I'm just gonna work harder on the things that are going well. So that left hook was landing. He would, you know, instead of realizing that, okay, I'm landing my hook with regularity, but I'm also getting hit with a basic jab, a basic power jab with regularity. Like the thought never, you know, it's like even if he couldn't make that adjustment in real time, that you would think that he go back to the corner, the trainer, you know, would address it and say, hey man, you getting hit by the jab too frequently. You need to get your right hand up, you know, something. But instead, it would go out and the rounds would kind of play out the same way. It was more like he was trying to outwill him, and he was trying to, you know, beat him with that athleticism and power. And he was doing a good job in spots, but, you know, that class will tell over time. And as the fight wore on, the difference in class of fighter it showed. And that's why when he would get in the corner, like Hype said, he be in a position where he has the upper hand and all that experience that Beterbiev has, he knows what to do in those situations. And Yard didn't know what to do to negate what he was doing. And so he'd find himself, having Beterbiev in the corner, then all of a sudden he's in the corner. But then also just not having a wherewithal that when he gets back on the ropes to actually, have a clock in his head to say, okay, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, I need to get off the ropes. And because there were times when his back was against the ropes and he wasn't trapped against the ropes, but he stayed languished there long enough to let Beterbiev trap him against the ropes. And then in most instances, he was getting teed off on. He was throwing back shots and he was keeping him honest, but he was taking too much punishment in those situations. And really, if you look at how he lost the fight, he was up against the rope when he got caught with that big right hand. So, I mean, he did a lot of things good. I think his stock rose. I think he did a lot to help himself. But in terms of him being a champion one day, like Joseph Brown said, he has to show up a lot of those things. But also at 31 years old, that window isn't going to stay open forever. And while right now we know who the two champions are and the odds are he won't beat the other champion, well, by the time those guys move on and he puts himself back in attention, there may be guys from 68 that moved up and the division has gotten deeper and even more talented. So he definitely has to make improvements to give himself a chance. Otherwise, he's going to be one of those guys that was a really good fighter who just never was good enough to become a champion because the right opponent was never a champion at the right time for him to get the opportunity to win a belt.
Wow. So Yard is 31? I thought he was younger than that.
Yeah, so Beterbiev thought he was 28. He's actually 31. I didn't know he was over 30 myself. He's 31 years old.
Yeah, you made a good point. You made a good point, D-Lo. I think his best shot of being a champion was when he fought Kovalev the first time. I think we all saw how much of a shot fighter Kovalev was in that fight, and that was probably his best opportunity to become champion.
But fatigue set in at night, and
inexperience.
Yeah, that too. And
hey, let me say this right quick. Sorry, let me say this because I ain't in the chat, but I know Trey X in the chat, and he probably let me have it. I did pick Yard to win the fight by stoppage in the 5th round. So I had to eat crow on that. I made a video right after the fight and I ate my crow. But I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there.
Wow, what
was the thought process behind that?
Did you see the 5th round?
I saw the 5th round.
Hey, I was up on my feet clapping. I thought he would get him out of there in the 5th.
Really?
I don't know what you was watching.
I didn't see that.
Go back and watch it.
I don't even know who video. It'd be in my history.
Hey, he was knocking the Sonic corners out that boy in the 5th round.
He was sticking him, but I didn't read Beterbiev being in any kind of danger like that.
Oh yeah, he got hurt. He got hurt quite a few times, man. But see, Yard's inexperience also. I mean, not to take nothing away from Beterbiev because got to give him his credit too. But Yard's inexperience, to me, I don't think he knew when he was hurting him. You know what I'm saying? And I think at one point he went to the corner and his cornerman told him, say, hey man, you had him hurt in that round. But I don't think and maybe it was the moment, just the moment overall was I'm in the fight. Like that's what's in his head. And maybe when he had moments to really capitalize, he couldn't push himself that extra little bit because he was happy to still be in the fight, if that makes sense.
Now, what is it? He had
your microphone messing up, bro.
Yeah, I loaned him one of mine.
Oh, okay. D-Lo strikes again. Well, while you get your microphone set, Brown, I'm gonna go and hit this and say, J1 Pro say, I like to announce Scumbo is Trey X. Got a ghost picker. Oh shit, shots fired. Shots fired. I don't know what's going on in the chat, but he called that man Scumbo. Wow. Okay, Eric R got a question. He said, how would the Yard Canelo fight look now? Justin Brown, you want to be the first one to take a shot at how y'all and Canelo fight will look?
Come on, man. Why is we even entertaining that?
So I take it you think what y'all to get walked through?
Against Bivol?
No, Canelo.
Yeah, why are we even entertaining that?
Oh yeah, because Canelo ain't in 175. But yeah, I think y'all have a good chance to beat Canelo.
I don't. Because Canelo is body shot, left hook shorty.
I would.
And if you think Beterbiev was going to the body, you best believe was in the combination in the combinations to the body. You best believe Canelo's going to do that. And plus Canelo's head movement and upper torso movement, he's going to evade a lot of yard shots.
Good call. So there you go, Eric. I don't think nobody else even have to touch on it. All right. Oh, this man called. All right, T.O. I mean Trey. Me and Gia go. Okay, they talking that Champ Ross. Eric said, I think his corner was hoping Beterbiev would fade late. They probably didn't want to overwhelm Yard with all the mistakes he was making. Well, I don't see how anybody would, that would be bad on their side, Eric. Or his corner would have made a grave mistake to think that Beterbiev was going to fade late. Because when has he ever showed that? I know he be stopping people, but I think the dude can go 12 rounds solid. I don't think he'll have a problem going to full fight with somebody picking to it because of the way that dude trains. He trains. So I give him the props. I think he'll go a full 12 with no problem at all. So if his corner even was thinking that was very foolish, and that just leads me stronger to agree with D-Lo saying that they need to pick up some help, some seasoned help, not just any help. They need to pick up some seasoned help of a trainer that can deal with a guy at the age the Yard is, and get him on point. Because if his corner thought that's just straight dumb. That's all I got to say about that.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, I can understand them thinking that if the guy never goes the distance, that maybe he will struggle in the second half of the fight. But you got to look at the fighter you got. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it's not like this guy's gonna be in there not giving just as good as he's taking. So you more than likely, I mean, conventional wisdom says that if the fight goes late, your fighter is the one that's going to be worse for wear and more fatigued as the fight wears on. Because neither one of them, have. I mean, I don't know. I may be wrong, but I don't think Yard maybe Yard had 2 12-round fights that have gone 12, maybe 2, maybe 1. So that gamble, I can understand that logic in thinking that. But my thing is, you don't know that your fighter can do it. So to me, the best chance they had was to in my opinion, was to try to hurt Beterbiev early and capitalize on that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the longer the fight went on, the more confidence Yard to have that he can belong in there with him. But I just felt like there's no way that if it goes long, he's gonna be able to take what Beterbiev is dishing out for a full 12 rounds, even if he's giving it himself.
I see that more as a admission of what they're doing is not what they're supposed to be doing. For them to even think, or even have that mentality towards, Beterbiev is just crazy talk to me, because that's the last thing you guys should be thinking about. You should be worried about your fighter having enough gas in the tank to be able to go all 12 rounds, or hard 12 rounds. That's the number one thing y'all should be trying to shore up in y'all camp, because that's been an issue, especially in big fights on the big stage. That's been an issue before that everybody has seen from y'all. So y'all shouldn't even be even talking about something like that with the guy across the ring.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think that's I kind of say it's like disrespectful and a very arrogant approach to take. But mind you, I can't confirm that this is the approach that they took. But this is a guy who, if y'all have seen his fights, meaning the trainer, not y'all see that this guy, he maintains a certain level of strength throughout the whole fight. And you see that usually as a fight, goes on, he turns it up a little bit. And whereas, he wears his opponent down. For example, I just watched the Vazic fight twice earlier this week. And that's a guy who came back from, Beterbiev. He was hurt multiple times in that fight, but was able to bounce back. That's great recovering skills. A guy who could recover, greatly after being hurt, that's the guy that's really in shape. And if they paid attention to his lifestyle, they would know this dude, he don't mess around. He one of these dudes who just, live, eat, sleep, box, and that's it. So this is not one of them dudes to even take that approach with. I just don't see how they would take that approach. That's how I can't confirm that was a thought process, but it was definitely some inexperienced factors that came into play that led to them losing that fight, and that's just something that you can't teach. Yeah, they can come back to the table, but like you said, how much can you teach this guy now?
Those Kazakhstan fighters, they're different. Those guys eat, breathe, train. They train in sub-zero degree weather. You know what I'm saying? Like they just made different out there. So
how you gonna get that man to Kazakhstan?
Well, hell, Russia, one of them. He from one of them spots. He from one of them places. We all know how them cats get down, man.
Let's just say one of them places that be whipping the American fighters' asses.
That's saying a lot. But, like I said, I'm agreeing with, we all pretty much saying the same thing. We know how this dude trained. The trainer should know that if this was their process of thinking. But if not, whatever it was, it wasn't working. And they need help. I think, you got a good athlete in yard, got hard and everything like that. If you really were trying to get him to that level, you should reach out. You should be smart enough to reach out for help. Don't let your arrogance or don't let, I don't know what could be stopping a person from reaching out for help. If I need help, I'm gonna ask for it. That's me though. You know what I'm saying? I think that they should get some help in order to help Yard get to where he's trying to go. But taking the point that D'Lo said, him being 31, looking at the two champions that are holding belts right now, his chance to beat neither one of them, I think it's pretty slim. I don't think he's going to fare any better against Bivol if he end up stepping in the ring with Bivol. And when they do step out, if they step out, when that opens up again, if Yard is even still in the mix, you do have to look at the other guys that are in there and how he is going to be able to stand up against them. So yeah, either way, it breaks down the road for him to become a champion. It's chalked with plenty of potholes, plenty of them.
Now, MZ, I'm not sure if you heard it, because I know you said you had to watch it from another stream, but there was a brother who was giving commentary on the fight, post-fight, pre-fight, and he was this is a light heavyweight contender by the name of Joshua Buatsi. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, but yeah, so he was there, and he's actually in line to fight Dimitri Bivol. I'll just say this. I expect him to get his ass whipped all across the ring for I think Dimitri Bivol is going to stop him, but that's another one. I expect him to lose.
Yeah, Buatsi, there's no special effects there. I mean, he's another guy who he better, if he's calling for that fight, he's biting off more than he can chew. They're just gonna add him to a list. Another UK guy just getting completely outclassed. It's going to happen for 12 rounds. He's going to get outboxed for 12 rounds and possibly get stopped in that fight if that fight gets made. So
Yep, I think that's gonna be a stoppage. Yeah, I just he just don't got it. That boy is just too stiff in his legs. His movement. He's just so stiff. I mean, you can look at
He an up and
Joshua
down fighter.
Buatsi. It's like his legs. Like you could just he one of them. You know, like sometimes you could look at a basketball player MZ and you could tell, okay, even though he's a brother, he not from America. Like I don't know if I know, like I said, I know you play basketball, so I don't know if like you could tell that, but it's just certain guys you could tell like he just don't got that fluidness.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Hey, at least yard, you could see the athleticism and you could see the movement and some fluidity. You don't see none of that in Buatsi, is what Hyphy is saying.
Oh, he more like a I guess if I had to guess without seeing him, like Frank Bruno.
I wouldn't say Bruno. Let's just say like it's like his feet are slow. It's like his feet are in quicksand. Sometimes he has a tendency to not stand up all the way straight, but he don't bend his knees as much as like American fighters do. He just don't got that fluidity down there.
I feel what you're saying. The way he fight really stands out to you. How okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at him so I can form an opinion. And then I'll be better informed and I'll be able to come back and speak on it. Your man's telling me Bivol is going to do Buatsi, what's that? Batista? Well, no, Buatsi was what Usyk done to his manager, AJ. Oh, AJ is Buatsi's manager? Is that true?
Yeah.
Or was he being funny?
No, it's a funny joke, but it's hard serious. Yeah, basically AJ has a management company called 258. I believe I said it correct. Yeah, and he's saying basically the same way Usyk just beat AJ ass based off being a better fighter. That's the same thing that Bivol is going to do to Buatsi, and I definitely agree. This amateur pedigree stuff that Trey be talking about. That shit it's
the truth. Yeah. It's the truth. You go and find out that a dude and faced all kind of styles in the amateurs, and then go to the pros. Is and they can fight. It's not much you can throw at them that they're not going to be able to adjust to. Which I guess we was talking about how Beterbiev's experience. You can see how his experience showed throughout the fight. That's one of the reasons, because that dude 300 amateur fights. Don't he? Beterbiev got like 300 amateur fights. A bona fide 5.
Yeah, that's correct. He has 300 amateur fights. I believe he only lost 5 of those fights. And the
to
5,
Usyk.
Yeah, to Usyk and one other guy. So
it's not like he lost to nobody you could sneeze at.
And he did get at least one win against Usyk as well. So, like at the end of the day, no matter how the style that he fights with or you better believe when it come time for him to pull out certain tools and stuff, he got it. I know a lot of people not in favor of Triple G, but even Triple G, it showed when he couldn't just run through certain guys in his career. All right, that's when you started seeing Triple G. He got the jab. You know what I'm saying? He got this good ass jab, and he was able to show it because, if you can't keep up with a guy's athleticism or whatever, one thing, if you got a jab, you're gonna have some type of success in the fight. And he was able to show. It was a fight. If y'all remember when he fought the guy David Lemieux, when Lemieux was we'll just say at his peak, and everybody thought that was gonna be a brawl. Nah, Triple G, he made that fight easy as hell by basically incorporating the jab for a few rounds, and then he took Lemieux out. That's intelligence.
Yeah, it's not just a jab; it's a hard jab, Once he starts landing that hard jab, it stops the opponent right in their tracks, and it allows him to be able to get his rhythm and start landing his big punches. So
Yeah, you got a trip hammer jab that you punches somebody in the face with. It causes them to reset. I can't say a trip hammer, but if you remember Canelo and Mayweather had Canelo resetting a lot when he would pop him with that jab. That's a beautiful thing to see when a boxer can time his opponent and put that jab in his face and make him have to reset.
Yeah.
Trey X say Buatsi. He said, I wouldn't count Buatsi out. He's a 4.5, just like Bivol. Oh, man, I really got to go look at this dude. He a 4.5? What y'all describing to me is not a 4.5.
no, we ain't talking about his skill set. We're just talking about him not being able to move. And we see what Bivol does to guys who can't move.
Okay, I see what you're saying. He's just slow of foot, period. That's pretty much what y'all saying. This dude here snail pace when it comes to move. Can he cut off the ring? Can he do that? Anybody? Hyphy got disconnected. Oh,
I don't think he'll be able to cut off the ring against Bivol. Not saying he's not capable. It's just the opponent in which we're talking about. He's gonna go up against. I don't see that happening.
Okay, because I feel like, to me, I think cutting off the ring is very important to a fighter. You got to be able to stop that man that loves to move around. You got to be able to trap him. Got to.
Yeah, so there was that other card that took place. Alexis Rocha, he fought this brother named Ashy. A brother from Ghana. Now, it was unfortunate that this fight, this specific matchup had to take place, even though it was a replacement, but Ashy was just undersized. This is really a lightweight who had moved up to 140. Now they brought him up to 147. This brother was just far undersized in this fight. Couldn't match Rocha with strength. Had not been active as of late. It just wasn't a good fight, and it was a highlight reel KO. I don't know if you've seen that one, MZ.
No, I didn't get to see that fight. The only fight that I got to see was Yard and Betterville. And what's up, Lala D? What's up, sis? Glad to see you in here. She's saying hey to everybody. She said hey, Hyphy in the panel. Had to throw that in real quick, make sure she know we see her. No, I didn't get to see that fight, Hyphy. The only fight I got to see was the Yard and Betterville fight. Like I said, I don't know whose channel I watched, but I saw, you know how you're going through, and I saw the thumbnails and said full fight. I was let me press it. When I pressed it, it actually played the fight. I couldn't hear nothing, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't hear them talking or anything like that. It was in silence, but I saw the whole fight. Saw them go into their corners and sit down and get back up and come back out. I saw the whole fight.
Well, I don't know whose channel that was, but I know whose channel it wasn't. Because if it would have been like a Blue Blood or Monty Brown, that would have been a goddamn clickbait video.
No, they actually had the fight. I was surprised, but shoot, I sat there and watched it as best I could while people was coming in and out bothering me. But yeah, I watched it. But I hate I missed the other fights. And I didn't get to listen to Trey X and him call nothing. I just was losing all around. Yeah,
hey, D-Lo Joe, if y'all there, I want to hear y'all get on this goddamn Floyd show.
You died out. Floyd, what? You're gonna have to come back, Hyphy, because we lost him. I don't know what he was about to say, but okay. I see the panel is getting along just fine. I'm gonna go ahead and drop another song. I'm gonna hit you guys with the Yo Cypher, and then we'll come back and maybe hype your microphone to be working. And
Hey, hold on. What do you want us to do if it's a long pause? How we gonna get your attention?
Oh my gosh, really? It's already said, Pimpin'. I'm for sure it's gonna play. So with that being said, let's go ahead and hit you with the Yo Cypher. Track Titans.
Yo, 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 yo. When it comes to my lyrical pieces, don't be facetious. Calculate what you're going to say, aka speeches. You can play this message for everyone that it reaches. I snatch the pits from their cores, leave you with spineless speeches. I drop landmines like storming no many beaches. Wait while you recover, attack you while at your weakest. You a hypocrite like a sinner who always preaches. Talking about the Lord, but you really don't know who he is. We is judge and jury, fuck what your plea is. Stand trial, but see for a planet right where your feet is. Click the button, kaboom, blow you to little pieces. Have the courtroom smelling like burnt flesh and pieces. Jesus, ordering court, judge calling recess. Trying to understand if you witness the shit that we just. The people upset cause that shit was kind of egregious. I've been over the top ever since I was just a fetus. Yo, 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 yo,
I hear they've been practicing to spit it automatic. Understand there's no practicing when you already got it. Who they claiming that they better if you're writing then it's no. If it's 21 plus, we gon' finally let it go. Damn Z, always understand this for the family. These niggas out here weak, it ain't no way that they can stand it. Plan B, always recognize and never hesitate. You listen to the track, open your mouth and hear detonate.
I am Michael Myers to every MC. I am Halloween, Texas Chainsaw in the cipher, leaving cerebellum displays the predator. You ain't ready for what I'm ready for. It's whatever, bro. Rest in peace to my competitors. Live from the gas chamber, my mind's so fucking tangled. Take one of these fucking rappers, hang them high and watch them dangle. Cut the fucking rope, and if you twist and he get strangled. I control the MIC and you can't fuck with me. No, not likely, do not give a fuck if you don't like me. This is strictly for my niggas like 2PAC. I'm colder than the polar vortex, chilling in the AC. Mr. Freeze to my foes, that means you can't freeze what's all ready for. I got some good gas, that strong, smoking by the whole zone. So fucking high, I go sit on top of the ozone. These boys sounding whack as hell. Dr. Seuss, rhyme form, I form Voltron. Yeah, it's on, damn it's like a here. Hits from the bone, taking hits from the bone. Driving optimist, crime jumping out the dumping shots out Megatron. Next time you speak like speak up, pussy bitch, use a clone. I use a clone, fly like category 10, cyclone, cause cataclysmic event, board up your home, pyroclastic flow, no warning shots, it's on, kill shot straight to the dome, yeah, I'm on my Snoop Dogg, like climb to the ball, stay back, way back, call the hazmat, chemical spill on the track, bust the gas and air rack, yeah, we came to party with the whole team, ransack, track tight, run that, back. Creeping on the low. It's that MYSTRO. That will cause a wreck the damn show. Now all I gotta do is shut the fucking door. Chillin', reclining on the scene. I be coolin', they say I'm looking mean. I ain't trippin', I'm just trying to see the green. We having fun and we fulfilling our dreams. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo.
Okay. Now, I'm seeing the chat is speaking out some stuff. Eric R said it sounded like he was saying Floyd Chauffeur, but I don't know what's going on with that. And then he said he hit us with, y'all, Kel was ready to go 4 rounds after that line. I hate to see that. So that's true, Kel Brook let himself get caught on camera doing coquina?
Yeah, man. Mans was doing lines, man, that would have made your boy Sosa and my man Tony Montana proud, you know.
Wow.
And don't forget about Fury. Fury would have been proud of it.
Wow, how did he manage to do that?
He was just showing out.
Oh, he was showing out.
He was showing out.
That's no way to show out.
Did you see him doing a little routine after he got done?
No, I haven't seen it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He did a little routine after he he was good. He felt good about himself.
Wow.
Whoever his friend is that was or whoever that was that recorded it, you know, and
Most definitely not a friend.
I was gonna say that ain't a friend of his, whoever it is. They should have been trying to help him get in a treatment facility instead of doggone, you know, putting his stuff out on the internet.
Man, that's crazy.
Hey, that man will be back fighting soon. That's an expensive habit to have right there.
Man, that's crazy. But, you know, to each his own. I guess that's how he feel. Man, Trey said, Yasser Hussein, that's true. But AJ got home cooking in the UK, so it's not a valid 5. Buwasi won. He is in Rio de Janeiro. Eric R said, MZ, you be gracing to beat. I think I might be reading that wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing it right. I'll be back.
Probably so.
Back in 5. Whoa! Lala D shot a slug at us like that. She said she don't like this music. How dare she? But you know, to each his own. Maybe I have to find something. Something that she do like. Go ahead.
Don't mind Lala. She probably like that little Uzi Vert. She probably wants you to throw that on there. She want to rock.
I ain't tripping. I can't make everybody happy. But you know, now I know that she don't like it. I'm gonna have to try to come up with something that moves her. With the straw, he got up and started swinging like Blair Clark. Wait, with the straw, OG, he got who we talking about? With a straw, OG, he got up and started swinging like Blair Clark when the Red stopped his fight. Who was he talking about?
I ain't talking about Kell Brook when he got done. He was swinging like how Blair Clark was swinging after he got stopped.
Wow. That's funny as hell.
Hey, he got a desist and desist letter sent to his ass, you know, talking about Virgil Ortiz was on steroids. They send that letter out, that he shut that shit down real quick.
Yeah,
who, Kell Brook?
No, Blair Clark.
He just be talking. I think his thing is he trying to be what's the word I'm trying to, a good adjective. I can't think of a good one, but he trying to push it where, you know, he's so over the top, so flamboyant, so loud. He trying to get that spotlight. He need to be worried about his skills because isn't he on the wrong side of 30?
Yeah, that man the same age.
Yeah, I think he's about 34 or something.
The same age as Spence and them.
Oh, he tripping.
33.
He tripping. He tripping big time. He entertaining though. I can't even say he entertaining because when I listen to him, his conversation just gets on my nerve.
Yeah, he's a promo. He's a promo cutter. He's straight out of WWE Claw.
Yeah, Keith Thurman used to do that same mess. You know what I'm saying? Back when he was winning and looking impressive, and then when he stopped, you know what I'm saying? When he stopped fighting and he was still doing it, it really got corny.
Yes, to say Kell Brook versus Jake Paul in 2024 pay-per-view in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Kell Brook gonna be eating them chocolate brownies on the scale too.
Shoot, he got different kind of chocolate brownies now. That's crazy, Steve. How you let yourself get on camera doing? But I can't remember. But one of you guys say that's those boxers' choice of drug when they stop fighting. They go to those lines. He just made that that a true statement? As
Lines
far
in
as
the
what
cap.
about it? Huh?
Lines in the cap.
Ain't
Hey.
that something?
Hey, what was the song, MZ? White line.
Oh,
Something like a phenomenon.
I remember that. I couldn't stand that song, but it was catchy. But I still didn't like it. And it seemed like he played at every party and on the radio a lot. Some of the craziest shit happens with it. Oh my gosh. But anyway, where we at? Alicia Baumgartner, we did speak on that. Talked about Caleb Plant and Benavidez. Somebody throw something on the table. I got to roll me up something. It's about that time. I've been laid back long enough. Yes, it sounds said no. Okay, the crowd just going. I mean, the chat going lovely. Joseph Brown. Oh, I can't have no dead air, so let me slang something into.
Hey, I'll read the chat, man. Why you do what you're doing?
I seen most of them. Yeah, okay, do that for me while I put this together.
All right. So so Yasa said, they were talking about the Rio game, 2-time national champion, bronze at European championship. Said about Boazzi. So said Cobb trying to be controversial. Eric R. Kell Brook versus Jake Paul. Okay, read it already. He also has a Trey X, and he's a better amateur career and better than his manager. He had a better amateur career than his manager. But yeah, he talking about AJ and AJ comparison to Boazzi in terms of their amateur pedigrees and stuff. And I get what Trey X was talking about. He said, AJ had benefit of home cooking in those Olympics. He had a lot of favorable decisions on his way to that gold medal, whereas Boazzi won his in I think it was in the Rio game, so he wouldn't have had the benefit of that home judging being in the UK like AJ did. So
Yeah, because I missed that totally.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about. I heard you say it. I wouldn't really I heard you, but wasn't really paying attention either at the time. And when I just read it, I realized that what you were talking about. So yeah, AJ, you go back and watch. If you ever have time, you'll see you feel like doing it. You go back and watch some of those matches when AJ was in the Olympics. Man, it was like 2 or 3 matches he should have lost. And he ended up getting better for the whole. And I think one of them they booed him when he won. I think it was like in the opening round. I think the crowd was booing because the other guy clearly won the match. It was Israelani Savon out of Cuba.
Yeah, she got to roll with the punches, I guess.
It is what it is. I mean, it's kind of par for the course of the Olympics, man. It's sad but true. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it seems like the Olympics, they already have a predetermined winner. Like when them guys be coming back, there's already a gold medalist. It's like, man, you gotta do some extra stuff to unsee the gold medalist. You know what I'm saying? Because if they come back, it's like they trying everything they can to give them another medal.
That's a good take. But I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna go and look at it. But first, I want to look at that Boazzi guy. Boazzi.
Yeah, he's pretty nice, man. He's pretty nice.
I gotta look at him, especially if that fight has a possibility to be made. Gotta get on there.
Yeah, who y'all like to see Yard in with next? I don't know. I don't think this got covered already.
No, we haven't seen anything. I know Eric Hart asked what a Yard Canelo fight would look like.
Yeah, I remember that.
But other than that, no, we haven't touched on it.
Yeah, I was thinking. I had 3 names that came to mind for myself, and the first one. Well, I ain't gonna say necessarily no order because it's not really in order, but these are the names. I thought about Joe Smith Jr., Sir Marcus Brown, because Sir Marcus Brown was talking, he was talking real was talking real slick on Yard going into the fight. You know, he was real critical, saying, you know, he wasn't gonna even do as good as he did, so forth, so on. And you know, and just talk it down on. And I thought about John Pascal, but I hadn't looked at the rankings, but I heard Pascal is about to be IBF mandatory, so he probably would be looking at it as a Yard fight. So that's you know, if he's about to be a IBF mandatory,
That's Bivol.
Huh?
That's Bivol.
And
No.
Bivol already beat him.
But Turbiev is the IBF champion.
What belt Bivol got?
WBA.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought he had the IBF.
And here's the crazy part. How does Pascal keep getting shots, man? This guy, how many times he tested positive? He's still getting shots?
Pascal's the next, man. What's that guy? I cannot remember that guy's name. Han Michel or whatever his name.
It's kind of fading out, D-Lo.
Pascal in the hunt for he 1 or 2 wins. He right back in the title shot. Right there outside him.
He got a hell of a manager. That's all I can say to that.
He's a draw in his country.
What kind of drugs he got caught on?
Still, I don't know, man. I probably many times it can happen. I'm sure it wasn't the same thing every time. It's always been all kind of PEDs.
Bro, this guy, he stay popping dirty, bro. Like,
Man.
I don't know how this guy keeps getting
He
opportunities.
ain't been banned long term yet.
Yeah, like it's just crazy.
Eric R said Yard versus Zurdo.
Yeah, I like that one too. And I thought about even Callum Smith, but see, Callum Smith is in contention for a title shot. So the Yard fight probably don't make sense to him. Plus, that would require Eddie and Frank Warren to work together.
It would require who? Eddie
Hearn and Frank Warren.
They don't work together good?
No.
Really? I didn't know that. They go to show how much attention I pay to
Yeah, Frank has had a resurgence of lately, especially with the heavyweight. The heavyweights he's got, his heavyweights are ruling the division right now, especially in the UK. You know, for a while, you know, Eddie was doing his thing. He was taking a lot of Frank Warren fighters. But now the tables have turned, you know, since Fury's come back into play and taking over the reins in the UK. He's the guy. Then you got Joe Joyce. You got what's the other guy that
Dubois?
You got David Dubois or Daniel Dubois. So I mean, Frank Warren has risen. He's risen from the ashes, and now he's his fighters are the top fighters right now in the UK.
You done pulled the Phoenix on us, rising from the ashes.
Hey, and now look at the reception Yard got in that Viterbo fight, and even afterwards, you know, they're saying that, you know, even after the fight, man, he still got a big reception from the fans. So they looking at, you know, he potentially headline another big card, you know, soon in a state, you know, another stadium in the UK. So you know what I'm saying, that's another, you know, quote unquote star that he got. That, you know, now he's not looked at with this stain of, you know what I'm saying, there's not this bad rap on his name, you know, because they were really on him hard about how the Kovalev fight went because of all the talk going into the fight, and then for it to play out like it did, that hurt him a lot. But now he's kind of bounced back from that. So I mean, that's, you know, it's another fighter that Frank Warren got, that, you know, he got another chip on the table.
Now, I will say, when it comes to actual like cards, Eddie cards are better. Frank Warren cards are straight ass. I'm just gonna say that they're ass up until, you know, the co-main and the main event. Like, a lot of times when you look at what he puts in the ring, is just trash.
Yeah, hey, people. I was talking to people on Facebook about that Sharp guy. and they was trying to criticize Top Rank, how Top Rank got to be better on the matchmaking. I'm like, man, that's a UK fighter fighting a UK fighter that signed with Frank Warner. I'm pretty sure Queensberry did the matchmaking. So, you know, that Sharp guy had like 96 losses, and they were trying to put that on Top Rank, saying Top Rank matchmakers need to do a better job. I was like, man, come on.
Yeah,
And what-
that's not on Top Rank.
I got a question though. You said 96 losses. At what point?
I think it's
How
seven.
many
He was
losses?
seven. I think he was 7-96.
At what point do you say boxing is not for you?
Hey, the dude got a fight lined up for March already. So I mean, hey, I guess it's for him. He just ain't win. He just hey, he's a selectable loser, I guess. He making paychecks and getting on TV and whatever. But hey, he seemed, and I mean, I didn't hear it got talk, but he don't seem punch drunk in terms of, you know, his mobility and stability in the ring. I mean, he just seems like a dude that can go out there and take a good shot. He only been knocked out, I think, one time. Oh no, I don't think he's ever been. Has he been stopped? I don't think he's ever been stopped at all. Oh no, he might have been stopped 2 or 3 times. But you gotta think about, man, 96 losses and you only been stopped 3 times. That's, you know, the dude know how to survive in there. And a lot of them probably like 4-round fights too, though.
Oh, D-Lo.
He ain't getting beat. He ain't in there just taking a beat.
Hey, D-Lo. I remember during the commentary where they said the guy out of his last like 66 losses, his last 63 losses, he's only been stopped twice. So he's very durable. He's very tough. I said,
Yeah.
man, do y'all hear how that sound? His last 63 losses. How the fuck can I go? How the fuck can I go get my my girl auntie or her her auntie friend and tell, oh, this motherfucker got 63 losses. Come watch this shit.
That was just his last 63. He had a total of 96. I guess they're gonna let him get to a cool 100. But man, some of these guys, on some of these like top tier guys, if you go back and look at some of the guys they fought, you know, on the way up, they fought guys that had over 100 losses.
Bro, when you talk about resume, they got better resume than any of these fighters out here, past and present, because they done lost to everybody.
This boy,
Yeah.
They told him after 99 losses, your record resets.
Hey, damn, the loss column done rolled over. Hit back at 0.
Wow. But at some point, you got to realize, look, I love boxing, but apparently I'm just not getting it. Dude, that's a lot of losses.
Hey, the guy he was fighting, I was reading an article on it, right? And it was saying that he's touted as now this was before the fight. This probably the article probably written a couple months ago, but it said he's touted as the Wilder. He's touted as having Deontay Wilder size and power, but with a better ring IQ. That was the guy that the dude was fighting. And he was 3-0 going into the fight. 6'7" cruiserweight.
Wow.
Yeah, that shit sound good coming from a UK report.
Yeah, hey, he didn't get. Wilder stopped the 7-96 guy he was fighting on the way up.
Right. I mean, we all heard when FL Jogba came out. Oh, he like Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, we heard that same song.
Yeah.
Not true. Not true at all.
Hey, there was a UK that used to tell us Amir Khan is gonna be the one to defeat Mayweather. Okay.
The dude that quit and said he got hit in the balls.
Yeah, he got stopped in like what some amount of seconds, less than a minute against Brady Prescott.
Yeah, like 22 seconds.
That dude, he got folded up like a fucking lawn chair against Prescott.
Oh,
Then I don't think they ever rematched the fight. I think that, you know what I'm saying, that was the crazy thing about it.
Nope.
there was a question about Inoue and I think Steph, Cool Boy Steph.
Let me get to it.
I can't remember. I know I saw that. Fulton and Inoue.
Yeah, Cool Boy is Fulton.
Okay. I don't want to mess it up. You know, y'all will let me have it. Somebody
Yeah,
asked that question. I don't know who asked that question, but what y'all think about that? Because I'm hearing a lot of people talking real high on the new way.
Yeah, I'm high on the fight, man. I can't. I mean, I hope nothing happens to keep it from going to schedule, man. I think it's a great fight for fight fans. I think it's a great fight for both guys. I mean, I think you got two pound for pound level guy. Like to me, I feel like Fulton should already be on the pound for pound list in my opinion. But I feel like you got two pound for pound caliber fighters, who both have confidence that they're one of the best in the business. They want to prove it against each other. And I think, what I'm saying, the fact that they're willing to risk whatever to go in there and find out. I can't help but appreciate that.
Hey, MZ, I hope you're not like Aki TV trying to downgrade Inue's accomplishments on this stream, are you?
No, I'm asking because I want to know what you guys feel. I know I hear Newey be knocking people out and stuff like that. I know he ain't no pushover or nothing, but he moving up, right?
Yep.
So his first fight, he going straight after Fulton.
Hey, just how I like a fighter. Not playing no games, ready to get straight to it. Yeah.
No, that's what we want.
I just want to know. How y'all looked at it because the question was asked in the chat.
That's how we supposed to be getting fights. You know what I'm saying? No messing around. I just want undisputed, and I want the top guy in the division right now. I don't want no filler fights. Let's get it cracking right now. That's what we want.
Hey, that's crazy, Joe. I'm sorry. Go ahead, D-Lo.
No, I was gonna say that's the same attitude I got, man. I feel like the guys that are in the division, they're the champions in the division. When you got a champion coming up from another division, don't let him get no momentum or no steam. And he running his mouth, go ahead and like Keith Thurman told Danny Garcia, I'll welcome you to 147. That's the mentality these guys ought to have. When these champions come up from the other division, roll out the red carpet and go ahead and smash them right then, or get smashed trying.
Hey, because I know sometimes when they come to like if you're a favorite fighter that you defending, these guys they like to say, no, when he come up to the division, he need to do something in the division first. It don't matter what he did at the division lower.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, that song has been sang a lot. Excuse me.
I know this opinion is going, upset some of these pro-black woke folks out there, but I'm not picking Fulton to win this fight.
No?
I mean, it's that kind of fight, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if you got, I think that's where you got a good fight on your hands, man. When you take 5 or 6 people and you poll them and ask them who win in the fight, everybody, you know what I'm saying? That everybody don't agree on who's gonna win the fight. But in boxing, a lot of times the fights we get these days that they call themselves putting on for pay-per-views are supposed to be big time fights. You can put 10 people in a room, all 10 of them already know who's gonna win the fight. And probably can tell, and most times can tell you how it's gonna be won. If it's gonna be by knockout or if it's gonna be by decision.
Good point there, D-Lo. Like how you put that out there.
Hey, I'm gonna just say this shit because Joseph, he already tapped on some race stuff. It's a lot of black people that just don't like Inoue based on the fact that he didn't been, rated highly, put in the pound for pound rankings and stuff. And they try to discredit him because he comes from the lower weight classes, where there's not many black fighters down there.
Talk about it.
But yeah, to me, that's that's just unfair. And these are the same people that cry about racism in boxing, but y'all being racist.
Yeah, and a lot of it ain't even race, right? Like to me, I mean, I'm not saying that part of it is race, but I'll tell you this, man. If Inoue was just say he was a black fighter from Ghana or something like that, right? Or Guyana or something. You know what I'm saying? And fighting down there in those weight classes, but he wasn't a loud guy. He was just a guy down there fighting at those weight classes, going about his business, then went all over the place doing interviews, something. Maybe he don't speak English. You know what I'm saying? a lot of people would still have the same thing to say because they don't know enough about those weight classes. So they look at it like you beat a bunch of nobodies down there because they don't know any other fighters. You know, they're not checking for those weight classes. So they just figure the guy down there just winning a bunch of belts against guys they just called out of the local YMCA's or something. So you know,
That's just lazy.
that has a lot of it. That has a lot to do with it. But see, but the thing is, a lot of these people that people are listening to on here don't really follow boxing like that, man. They follow a few fighters. They check the pulse of what people want to hear and who they want to talk about, and they just fixate on that and they focus on that. And meanwhile, the sport of boxing is really passing them by in a way. You know what I'm saying? By the time they stop fixating on a couple fighters, and then they start paying attention to others. Oh man, when did that guy move up from 135 to 154? You know what I'm saying? Because they for 2 or 3 years, they've been sitting here just fixating on 2 or 3, 4 or 5 guys, and then the sport of boxing steady rolling on. I mean, I ain't saying it's necessarily progressing, but it's still moving.
Yeah. And I could say this, that a lot of them just enamored with the nickname the dude got, Cool Boy Steph. They couldn't even tell you the last 3 opponents that he faced. I dare to say that almost damn near 75% of them, they can't even tell you what he does well in the ring. They can't even break down, some of the top guys he's beaten. And I don't take nothing away from Steph. Steph is he's a good fighter.
Yeah,
Hey, a monster right there.
And how come that they like to argue? Oh, no, it's our fighters on the P4P. How come they never bring up Cool Boy? They only talk about him when they see a Nui up there. Other than that, they don't care about no damn Stephen Fulton.
What's up, Moody Treyweather? I didn't miss you. I was just trying to make sure that let everybody get their points in. We got Moody Treyweather in the house. He said, "What's up, y'all?" Eric R. say, "What in the Fred Hawthorne did you just say, Joseph Brown?" I'm a Cool Boy fan, and I'm from PA, so I'm going with him. I respect Monster. I just can't see it. Yeah, he said he going with Monster. He leaning with Monster. Monster got some power. Monster showed that he can get it done. He got power with both hands. I'm trying to think of the guy he was fighting that was cracked him a couple of times.
Nonito?
Donaire, is that Rachel's husband? The dude with the little mustache? I mean the little
Yeah. Oh, you love you some Rachel, huh?
Who, me? You got
hey,
me.
you know
curveball.
You know her husband's a fighter, right?
Yeah, I do. Wait a minute. I do like Rachel, but not in that sense. I love the fact that she in the game. She going to the table. She swimming with those sharks, and she getting deals for her husband. And I like listening to when she put out information about certain things, because one, I don't see her having a reason to lie or do something or say something to boost her status, because she's already done that. So listening to her speak about the boxing game and moves made or moves not made, or just breaking down situations, yeah, I enjoy that from her. So whenever I get a chance to see her speak, I try to listen to her.
I agree, and I learned from her something that I didn't know about Inouye's situation with Top Rank, where she was explaining how Inoue and his team, they're fighting exclusively in Japan, just sure based upon Top Rank's inability to be able to market him correctly over there in the States. And because of that, they don't have to kick out certain promotional money. They don't have to pay Top Rank a percentage because the fights are being made in Japan, and Top Rank doesn't have any billing with that. So that's something I didn't know, and that's why I like to listen to Rachel, because she be dropping them little gems, and some of the stuff, it goes over a lot of fans' head because they don't care to listen to some of the things that she's talking about, which is very intricate stuff that a boxing fan needs to know. It just makes you more in tune boxing fan.
I agree with you 100%. Like I said, I enjoy listening to her when I get a chance to catch her on something. I try to go check her out, no doubt. Trey X say I'm taking Fulton, but it has nothing to do with race or hate towards a new way. I did feel what you were saying, Hyphy, about black people, but I guess you'd have to say a majority or something like that. A lot of these people, like you said, just running around and just jumping on the bandwagon of whatever fighter's hot or or their favorite fighter. Listening to the arguments made and things being said, it is clearly evident who's actually talking about fights and boxing and who's just talking about their favorite fighters. I like the fact that the panel be open with me because all you guys got different views, and you speak your opinion, which to you what you believe is your fact, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, case in point, just look at this week alone. When you look at a lot of the titles that's out there, nobody's talking about the upcoming fights this week. A lot of them will just wait until, Friday before they even start talking about some of these fights that we have going on this week. It's like we have a community that talks about boxing and say they're boxing fans, but when it boils down to it, they don't talk about the current fights on a weekly basis that we're supposed to be watching. They're not informing the boxing fans that's in their chats about, these fighters. And it's not all about the Spencers and Crawfords. It's about some of these, fighters who have 11-0 records, 8-0 records, or 17 fights in their career, and none of those guys are getting talked about or are getting any kind of, airtime, and nobody's emphasizing on these guys. These are guys that are the future of the sport. I mean, in a couple of years, they're going to be the ones who are the champions of these divisions. And the Spencers and Crawfords and some of these other guys who are in the Canelos will be out of the sport. And so now you got a whole bunch of fighters that nobody's focused on in the community for however many years. And that's how. And how do you get to recognize, who's the best if you're not even paying attention to the guys coming up and getting to see what they bring to the table right now. So that's why boxing's in the state that it's currently in right now.
You know what? I just had a good idea. What's up, La D? La D back, y'all. She said, "Hey, MZ, what's going down, sis?"
Peace. Wagwan.
I'm thinking that I'm gonna start focusing this on the Champ Ross list. Fights that don't be talked about. Bring those to the forefront. What y'all?
Yeah. No, I mean that's a good start because some of those fights be on that list. So okay, prior to the fight last Saturday, the Beterbiev versus Yard fight, there was a fight that took place that you can't find nobody to do that was doing a pre-fight prediction or a post-fight recap of. And I was Kim Clavel versus Jessica Neri-Plata. And I was a women's unification bout. It happened on a Friday night and it was in Montreal. But like I said, that was the fight of the year, a unification bout, and you can't find nobody doing no post-fight recaps on that fight. But these are supposed to be so-called hardcore boxing fans. And they be using the term, I was just telling Joseph this shit today. They be using the term, the casuals. They say that like they talking about somebody else. Like, no, when y'all say casuals, y'all talking about niggas like you. Niggas like you. You hear me, boy? Niggas like you.
Hey, Hyphy, you know what's even more disappointing? You got a lot more female boxing channels out there. They don't even talk about the women boxers. Like this is like the week where you got 2 undisputed women boxing fights going on, and they ain't talking about them at all.
Yeah, you got, like women that come around because it's easier for them to, blow up in a sport that's dominated by men. You got women like Destiny Black. I know a lot of them don't like me saying that, but women like Destiny Black, Beverly Rose, who come around, and these women don't be knowing shit about no men's boxing, no women's boxing. It's like they just here just taking up space. Now y'all, I'm saying y'all ain't putting shit down. Y'all ain't teaching me nothing.
Well, look at here. The first shot across the bow at me. Lala D said, "Oh, MZ, congratulations on your Champ Ross placement." Oh, wait. Then she follows up by saying, "I'll be cracking myself up." Yeah, you funny, sis. You. Oh my gosh, that's okay. What can I say? That was a good shot. Great shot. D'Lo said, "Yeah, I have Fulton winning because I think he's the superior skill. He has superior skills, ring IQ, and abilities." Okay. Let me see what we at. I'm not big, like you said, I'm not big on women boxing, but I love Clarissa and Myers and them fights. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Right, like the women don't support the WNBA like they do the NBA. Good point out there, D-Lo, with saying that. Women do line up and watch the men basketball over the women's basketball. I would have thought that the women's basketball would have picked up. They be balling, but for some reason, people just not flocking to it.
Yeah, it's a lack of women caring about, sports in general. That's just not their thing.
I feel you. We got Almond Brown in the house. She said, "Hey, MZ, panelists and chat, blessings. What's up, sis? Glad you made it through. Glad you made it through."
And see, MZ, it's the reason why your channel don't get a whole bunch of trolls and shit. That's because you're not in here talking about the same topics everybody else talking about.
Man, I'm gonna come in here and kick it with you guys and talk about what's interesting to you guys and to me. I don't feel like chasing the main boxer and trying to figure out what they're talking about. They ain't talking about shit. I'm sorry, but they not. They ain't doing shit right now. And other people are fighting. And you make a good point that we should start highlighting the people that are fighting, regardless of where they at. The new talent, start shining the light on it. So yeah, I'm gonna start going out my way and make sure that I start bringing up those fights. So at least I'll be putting the names out there and putting the fights out there so people will know that they happening and go from there. First, I'm gonna make sure it's all right with Champ Ross. That's not true. Some women love sports. Lala D is speaking in on it. Oh, before I get to that, let me see. D-Lo say I had to put my phone on the charger for a minute. That's why I'm in the chat. I'll be back though. Okay, cool. We'll be here. I'm pretty sure. Now, Lala D saying that's not true. Some women love sports. I follow track and field. I said truck for years. My father got me liking boxing. My sis got me liking soccer. And I can attest to that. Lala do be on those soccer games and let you know what's going on with that. And she does be on that track and field, letting it be known what's going on there. So yeah, you can't. We got to figure out how to speak on a certain segment without including the whole group.
Well, when you look at it in general, right? So if women supported women's sports the way men support men's sports, then there would be no discussion about pay and all that other stuff.
Now, I'm gonna just look at it. Most of the time, this, I'm just spitballing. I'm not saying this is true because I know single women that do like sports and watch sports. But I have noticed that a lot of times, guys that like sports, they girl tend to follow that suit a lot of times to enjoy her guy when it's a real thing going on. From what I've noticed out of the people that I've seen with real relationships, so I would attest that that could play a big part in it. The women watching the NBA, the guys like that. One, because the girls are still fairly new as far as having their own league, and the women get to hang with the dude, they man or whatever, and watch the game. That's just what I've seen in life. I'm not saying that's a true point, but that's how I look at it.
Yeah, that's an outliner, but that still doesn't talk about what I just said as far as how men support the sports that they want to watch. If it was to the same degree, then you wouldn't be hearing WNBA players complain about how much they're making compared to the men.
I get you with that, and like I said, for whatever reason, to blame it on the women not supporting to help get the ladies over the hump. That could be a part, but for the death of me, like I said, I can't understand why women's basketball hasn't picked up. I've seen them; they play some good games. I've seen some good games played by them. Of course, you don't get the dunks all the time, but when you do get one, it's surprising, and I don't know. I'm just crazy like this. Yeah, I said truck and field, D-Lo, but I caught myself. Slow down.
I love track and field too, but I love it for other reasons. When I'm watching the women,
they fast, man. They be moving down the track.
Look, that could be your reason. That ain't mine.
Hey, one of the things I'll be having a problem with too, like it's the only knock I got on women as far as the women's boxing. See, you had women like Carissa coming in and they was running with this whole thing like, hey, we don't want to be looked at as only sex symbols. But then all these women, they doing lingerie poses or they got on the cover of Sports Illustrated naked and stuff. It's like y'all got to pick which one it's going to be.
Well, I know this is crazy, but I can see how, that can be looked at, that way. But shoot, they taking the offers and opportunities that they get. You can't fault them from doing what they need to do to make money. I get you with the Clarissa Shields. She took some tasteful pictures though, and it wouldn't be the first time that some woman athlete did a Sports Illustrated or what was the other book?
Yeah, like ESPN or something.
It wouldn't be the first thing that's happening. It's not going to be the last. It might get highlighted because when people are speaking more and saying what they don't want. But I don't think they looked at it as that kind of situation, as it being some kind of selling sex or something like that. It's just showing the beauty of the woman that is a boxer. God, that's just me, but
Hey, I'm gonna say like this though, to kind of piggyback off of what Hyphy is saying. It's like for me, when you're doing stuff like that, you're appealing to the male, the opposite gender. That's not necessarily appealing to the females, which that's the demographic that should be looking at what it is that you're doing talent-wise. And that's like little girls should be looking at and wanting to emulate and wanting to be the next, Carissa Shields, to keep the sport going and generate more opportunities for women's boxing, to gain and garner more women and children and girl fan bases. So that's when you're doing stuff like that, that's appealing to me. Like, I want to see that.
Great argument and rebuttal to what I said. Strong points. I like that. I'm gonna jump on Lala D real quick. She says, "I'm sorry, but women's boxing can't touch men boxing. Just my opinion, though. I don't mind if others disagree. I feel this is, but at the same time, they entertaining. They do have some good women that some good women that fight. And for the most part, they at least give us the fights that we're looking for faster than our guys do. Our guys take us on a journey and a half before they give us a fight. These girls be getting out there getting on it. Look how fast oh my gosh, little strong mama, Alicia Baumgartner. Look how fast she's getting ready to fight again and to become undisputed.
And she looks great. And she looks great when she's in a swimsuit and when she's in those skimpy little underwear she be wearing at the weigh-ins.
Now, see, that's what we saying. I'm gonna bring that into this is where the men got to do their part, but it's only a few of us. Now, see, y'all can't go on YouTube. Y'all can't this week. Y'all can't find nobody else, maybe besides L Dub. Y'all can't find none of y'all favorite channels that's doing predictions about any of these women's fights coming up. But see, it'd be people like me and Joseph. We'd be behind the scenes, sending the weigh-in photos, informing women that we know, hey, look, it's this fight coming up this weekend. It's women's card. It's an all women's card. Because I be doing that shit for every fight. We be the ones that's doing that stuff. The quote unquote hardcore boxing fans. We the ones that's doing it. But if y'all go on YouTube and y'all find one of these open panel free smoke channels, y'all not gonna be informed about none of these fights because they're not talking about them fights.
Point well made. I'm sure it's been received. There's in this country, I'm just tripping. Almond Brown said, I've always liked sports outside of a relationship. What?
Yeah, you know, she mean like outside of her like having a man. You know what I'm saying? Her having a man or not. She always been a fan of sports.
Oh, okay. See, boy, how I missed that. I was talking about it, huh?
The discussion and flow.
I got to work on that. Right, in this country, there are certainly more women than men. No offense to those who think they are neither or both. Wow, D-Lo, good one. I like that. Neither or both. Okay, that's why I love sports like track and field, swimming, hell, even fencing, because I can watch whether it's men or women. But boxing, I like men much better. Lala D is making sure that we understand she like men boxing over women boxing. Hell, she like fencing.
Yeah, we know you like Andrade. You know, we know you was watching his last fight. We know, we get it, Lala D. We understand.
She want to make sure. D-Lo says marketing, he gets talking about the weighing and thongs and such. I don't really be concentrating on that. I be concentrating on what's going on with the talk that they talking and stuff like that. Maybe I need to pay a little more attention.
I want to give Eddie Hearn some props because I think he's the one who who made it fashionably plausible for us to be able to see these women basically half naked at the weigh-in.
How does he gain that moniker?
What was Hype? You remember the blonde haired girl who weighed in on the scales and Eddie Hearn was alleged having an affair with?
Oh, that's Sky Nicholson.
Yeah.
What? I never heard that scandal.
What? You know what? Let's not even go into because it's people that saying that stuff. But every time I look around, I don't see no type of evidence or even clues that lead you to believe that. So I'm gonna say this is people just reaching just to say something. It don't seem like it's no type of evidence or anything. Like the most evidence they had, it was Eddie Hearn and this girl. They took a picture and they saying, oh, like she was just wearing like some joggers and a shirt. So there's like, oh, it looked like she just woke up and in front of her house. So that mean that he slept over there. A little messy shit.
And when they had the still photo, they had it zoomed in where Eddie was looking extra hard at her. So that was an indication, like, you know how people be reaching, man.
Okay, I'm glad I missed that. Almond Brown said, I think when you only look at women as sex symbols, it's where the problem lies. Uh-oh. I would never look at a woman as a sex symbol. As old as I am, I don't really know what a sex symbol is.
I mean, you can't stop a man's innate nature of how they view females, and we are visual, and we do enjoy what we see in the female. So you can't take that away from a guy. That's just in us.
Okay, so Almond Brown says, see, he named the other good things about the female boxers, and Joseph, how good she looked naked. But then y'all just ask, why do they dress that way on the magazines? That's our sister Armin Brown. Only looking at them as sex symbols.
Okay, so Michaela Mayer, like she just did one of these sports magazines, and she did like a lingerie photo shoot. Now, see, the thing is, me and Joseph, we know Michaela Mayer from being a boxer, but when you're reaching out to these platforms, let's say you go on a Sports Illustrated magazine, it's gonna be men who don't know who y'all are at all. The first thing they gonna see is you half naked on a magazine. So it's like you coming at them like that, and then you want we don't want y'all to only look at women as sex symbols. We want y'all to respect our craft and what we do. But it's like, look what you presented them first. First impression lasts forever. That's what we saying. You know what I'm saying? It depends who you talking to, but the shit could come off the wrong way.
Yeah, I know Michaela from her boxing skills. I didn't know the other stuff until after. See, that's the difference between me and how other people are getting introduced to her. They're getting introduced to her based upon how she looks, because she's not a bad looking woman. She's actually a nice looking woman.
We talking about Michaela Mayer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned about her from fighting first. I found out about the other stuff after, about her being sexy in pictures and stuff. But I knew about her fighting first. Lala D say, the fact that you had mentioned Andre, you missed my point. You must think I watch boxing based on silly crushes. I don't. I think the talent and ring IQ and history of men in boxing is so much more fascinating. It's not women's fault, but it's true. That's how Lala D brings that out. And Armin Brown says, not taking away your lustful eyes, Joseph. Laughing out loud. I'm just talking. Uh-oh. Am I here by myself? Did y'all leave me?
No, we still here. But I want everybody that's out there, just pay attention to that. Like, just pay attention to how many post-fight recaps y'all gonna see of these women's fights, or these people that be doing a live watch party. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna see people doing that shit just because it's for the views, but like, just pay attention to how many people that's really gonna do like real breakdowns of these fights that's coming up. Y'all gonna see who the real boxing fans is.
Yeah, doing live watch parties and then talking about Spencer Crawford damn near the whole damn time.
Well, that's not what we do over here. We try to have conversations, but like I said, I got to find out how to get in touch with Champ Ross and see if it's all right if I use his list to bring awareness to some fighters that we be messing with.
Yeah, well, it is. And see, like me and Joseph, we not even in that league, but we still got to stay on top. Just this is what we do. You know what I mean? Like Joseph, he be coming with the information before I come with it, vice versa. So it's like we not even in the league, and we still be coming with the shit that people don't be talking about. That's just what we really do. We call ourselves hardcore boxing fans.
Well, correction, my brother. You are not in the Champ Ross. I am currently in the Champ Ross. And I'm currently in 4th place at the moment.
Shit.
What? 4th place?
Clot.
That's pretty good. Joseph Brown, I salute you, my brother. 4th place is good. Lala D say, well, hyphy maybe. It jumped on. Maybe they just don't find the women's fights as interesting. It doesn't mean they're not boxing fans.
I mean, the only reply I could say is that, I understand that, but if that's the case, I don't want to hear you talking shit about, no, y'all need to start respecting the women's fight. It's the women's that's holding the boxing down. Clarissa is number 1 P4P. If y'all don't like women's boxing, nigga, be across the whole board with that shit. Don't just pick and choose, or y'all like Clarissa because she says some pro-black shit or whatever. Nah, y'all don't like women's boxing, get the fuck on.
Are you Lala? Y'all don't fight.
No. We ain't going at it at all. If anything, we on the same team.
Okay, she say, so hyphy, when men don't know about women's boxing, does that make them less of a boxing fan?
Hell yeah, that's the niggas we talking about. Them niggas is casuals. That's what we talking about.
Hey, they fit the description.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell y'all, for example, them niggas that run around talking about MOB, Masters of Boxing. How the y'all masters boxing? Y'all only know 6 fighters.
Nah, you giving them too much credit, fam. They only know 3.
Right.
So some people running around calling themselves mob.
Yeah, masters of boxing. Somehow they're the masters of boxing. These boys, they don't even do no Baturbayev versus Yard recaps. They didn't talk about Jessica Neri versus Kim Clavel, which is a unification bout. Come on, man.
Yes, it says, I prefer women's MMA to women's boxing. I think it's more entertaining.
And Yasser's on to something with the women's MMA. There's some real studs in women's MMA.
I've watched a few MMA fights with the women. I can say I was entertained. They got some skills. I'm not trying to be funny, y'all. I'm just, that's just me. When it comes down to it, in no way I don't say that I don't look at the women and say, oh, she hot, but I'll be looking at her hotness can fight. Let me just stop and sound like I'm digging myself a hole. Yes, to say I'm a casual fan. I'm a casual boxing fan. Got his hands up and all that kind of stuff. Trey X answering a lot like he's saying, here I go, ML. Yes, so you're not a casual. I bet you can name 3 boxers in history with top-notch defensive jabs. Man, we've been riding all across the street and across the board tonight. What else we want to throw out there?
Man, and see, it's so much that we ain't even touched on. Like, notice tonight, we ain't talked about no Wilder. We ain't even said Thurman and 154. You see what I mean? We on some stuff. We ain't said nothing about no lightweights. We the ones who keep this shit going.
They not doing nothing right now, so why talk about them?
That's the whole point. Like there's certain divisions in boxing that are just all fantasy fights. Like nobody's fighting nobody, and so why even entertain it? It's like at this point, all I want to do as a boxing fan is just focus on fights that are actually being made. I know it's a press conference, and I could talk about that and look forward to that fight, or the actual fights that's happening week by week. All this other fantasy shit, that shit is done. I'm done with that. I can't do that shit no more. It's a waste of time.
I agree. Here. I agree 100%. But I don't think we waste our time talking about the things that's not happening. We might sweep across a issue, a subject every now and then. But for the most part, I think we keep it pretty fresh.
Yeah. Now, I mean, if y'all want to bring up something else that's still related to boxing, I had dropped this in the Discord a little bit earlier, but basically it was some news that came out pertaining to this whole Paramount Showtime merger.
Oh yeah, I saw that. But go ahead.
Yeah, and so basically the CEO of Paramount, they were saying that with the Showtime merger, what they're going to do is they're going to basically start cutting any programs that's not attracting at least 10% of the viewers of their total viewers, or that's not making money, stuff like that. And so a lot of people, we had already been hearing discussions and stuff, so it's people that definitely feel that Showtime boxing, either they're going to be fully scrapped or you're going to see a huge reduction as far as TV dates.
Wow. Well, all we can do is just sit and wait for the future and see what happens.
And anybody in the chat, I'm not like these clickbait channels. If y'all need me to drop the source, I'll go in the chat and I'll drop the source. I ain't making shit up.
Hey, Hyphy, I'm gonna enjoy going to the armory and watching some of these fights while it lasts. We'll see how it turns out heading towards the end of the year because a lot of them changes is going to happen towards the end of the year. But for now, we getting some of these fights. So I think that could be part of the reason why Showtime's trying to make a lot of these fights, pushing aggressively for these fights, so they can stick around. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Just thinking though, if Showtime Boxing was to disappear, that would upheave a lot of boxers. And it's only a couple of places for them to run, or should I say go, not run. And that would be the two standing top ranked Golden Boy and Eddie Hearn.
I mean, that would be a huge loss because, you know, Showtime, Showbox, that's like some of the best, you know, prospect fighting that we get to see. It kind of reminds me of the Tuesday night fights that used to happen back in the day. They always put on really good. You always get to see up and coming, real good showcase fights on Showbox, and if that gets taken away, that's going to be a loss for boxing.
For sure, all we can do is wait on bated breath with that and hope for the best. But you know, looking at something bad, if Showbox, if they was to get blown up, you know, like I said, you know, you got those are the three options where we would probably be ending up having to turn our focus to in order to watch the fighters.
Yeah, and see, as much as I be taking little shots sometimes, repeating jokes, or I like Rick Glaser, at the end of the day, if PBC was to go out of business, as some people are run with, because, you know, you got people that see, oh, Showtime going out of business, that means PBC is going out of business, like they the same company. But let's just say if PBC was to go through a stall where they just couldn't put on no fights, don't y'all know that hurt boxing as a whole? Because that's going to be a whole bunch of fighters that's not fighting at all. So that's going to be bad for all boxing fans. So anybody that's laughing at the stuff or glad to see PBC flop, I mean, you're doing yourself an injustice as a boxing fan.
Great point. Because I was just breaking the fact down that where, you know, Showtime got boxers, I believe. But I was kind of looking at it if PBC did bust open. But yeah, you know, if they don't and they still standing as an entity with their boxers with no home, yeah, that's gonna hurt boxing bad because they fighters won't be working, and a lot of people's favorite fighters are with I would think are with PBC. So yeah, that would shake boxing to its foundation.
Yeah, for me on a personal level, Top Rank, DAZN, Queensberry, Probellum, you know, all these different networks and promotions, they don't come out to my city. They don't come out. I don't see fights from their promotional companies coming out here. It's Showtime that comes out here, and those are the fighters that I get to see on a regular basis. So, you know, that's a huge blow for me because now I have to travel outside of my area to go see fights. If the fights aren't here, and we have some good fights that come out of the Armory, you know, some up and coming guys, a lot of, you know, talented fighters, they come here and fight. You know, matter of fact, I think Sebastian Fundora is going to be fighting here in February. So
Against who?
I forget the opponent, but it's going to be announced soon. But there's a couple of other fights on that card also. So it's like I get an opportunity to see these fighters up close and personal, not just on television. And that to me is part of being a boxing fan. So that's getting taken away. That gets taken away. I feel some type of way about that. So it's just not good for fans to be promoting and praying for another promotional network to go down in flames in terms of boxing, because then that's less fights that we're gonna see every year as boxing fans. You know, we're not gonna see some of these top guys fighting because they got to go and find another promotional or network to fight on.
100 on that. And then you got, that's just a can of worms that's opened up. I'm sorry to hear that this situation has arisen, but I'm hoping that Showtime can push through and rally their troops and get what needs to be done so they can keep that part of their programming. So Yasser says, are we going to talk about Floyd Schofield and his dad's interview and performance in last night in the last fight?
Man, hey, we need to get like some type of award for, a fighter and his daddy putting a foot in their mouth, because that's exactly what they did. I don't know how familiar are you with this Schofield and his dad, MZ? I
haven't seen or heard the interview. I thought when you were speaking about it earlier, you said chauffeur, but now I'm seeing it's Schofield. I'm not familiar with this gentleman at all.
Well, please enlighten me. Yeah, so basically this is a young man. Now I give him props because they was making a name for themselves by being independent. Basically his daddy he almost plays a very similar role as Bill Haney. His daddy is very business savvy because he worked for like one of these record labels. He was an A&R, back in the day. So he's very business savvy. So and his dad really oversees him, just like Bill Haney. But this kid, he be going around. They talking about they sparred Devin Haney, and they was getting the best of him, and they was hurting him, and that's how they know that they could beat anybody at 135. They said Frank Martin. They said he fought stupid versus Michelle Rivera, and he was garbage. They said Keyshawn Davis is beneath them. They got like a lot of disrespect for their peers for somebody that ain't done so much. And now I'll just say this: if you was interested in going to go see the fight, you can go see his last fight, and you can go see what he put up in the ring.
Right.
And you tell me, is he worthy of saying those type of statements, slandering his peers and stuff? But
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, this kid is, it's just one of those situations where this kid is just way ahead of himself, and then you got the daddy also. Okay, you got the daddy that's co-signing everything, putting extras on it. His dad is just like Bill Haney. I don't know if y'all remember when Floyd Sr. was training Devin Haney, but then Bill Haney kind of pushed Floyd out the way so he could hop in the ring and coach Devin Haney during the first round. His dad just did the same thing to Ronnie Shields, because Ronnie Shields is the boys' coach, but his dad is hopping in the ring, taking that head coaching role. So, you got these dudes that's, like I said, you come from the music industry, and now you supposedly, you the head coach of the best boxer in the world. These dudes is arrogant.
Sound like to me they mouth writing checks that sooner or later their ass ain't gonna be able to cash.
Yeah, it's a recipe to get your ass whooped. It's like you disrespecting trainers who got 30 or 25 plus years in the game doing this at a high level, and you're not allowing them to do their job the way they need to do it. You're really sabotaging the potential of what your son could be. So, all that WWE promo cutting that you do, I understand there's room for that, but time always tells the story, right? And eventually you're gonna have to cash some of them checks when you get up in the ring.
I'm gonna make sure I go check that out. Lala D said, "No, that's Buno." Are we saying? Am I saying the wrong person?
No bueno, no good.
What's no good? I don't know. Maybe.
So just like just the behavior of the arrogance of the son and father.
Oh, okay. I get it. I don't know what's wrong with me right now. I got to keep up with the chat. I've been reading, but yeah, everybody pretty much talking to themselves. Hey, I made some great points tonight about this stuff. But I'm gonna have to check out this Floyd Schofield. I'm gonna get back at you with it, Hyphy. let you know what I think. But right now, from what I'm hearing, he a disaster waiting to happen.
But that's kind of surprising, Hypey. You know, I don't know how much longer Rodney Shields going to tolerate something like that.
Shit, hey, y'all see what Robert Garcia? Y'all see when he left AJ hanging by himself when he had his mental breakdown. People were saying, "How come Robert Garcia didn't control him?" Well, that's because Robert Garcia didn't appreciate how the assistant was basically told that he could take over as head coach by AJ himself. Brought that man out there to treat him like he a second. You know, that's a top tier coach and been in the game for a long time doing that at the highest level. So, yeah, I don't know how much longer Ronnie Shields is going to take that type of stuff either, but y'all know guys like Ronnie Shields, Floyd Sr., you know, even as trainers, you know, these dudes was fighters, so of course they got egos, and they going to carry that over as a trainer. Y'all think they really want to go hit the road and all of that so they can have some guy who used to work in the goddamn music business to overshadow them as the coach? Of course they ain't going for that shit.
That shit ain't going to work, bro.
I had no idea that happened with AJ and Robert Garcia. That what you just said was straight fresh to me. I had no idea.
Yep.
Let me see. Yes, I said you must have picked him for Champ Ross this weekend. Gone, MZ. What? Nah, wait. I feel like that's a shot on the cool. Let me go and get it out there. I think I came in pretty low in Champ Ross. I think that's what everybody getting at. I know I heard that Trey H was laughing at me the other night. But that's all right. I moved up. That's what it is. I moved up. Like I said, it's 4 quarters to a season. Just watch me. I'm gonna get it together.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like this week, what is it? They said y'all got about 15 fights to choose from. So, you know, that's just way more opportunity to, you know, make a bounce back. You can make it happen.
Wait, I'm tripping. Yasser says, nah, I picked him as well. The man won. I got to go back and look at my dang, do I still have my picks after I sent them? I think I erased them. Anyway, I'm gonna have to stop doing that. Because I got to figure out if I'm not picking the decisions right. I don't know, you know, I'm getting my results, but I don't know. I don't have nothing to read on where my mistakes are so I can try to strengthen up. You feel what I'm saying? I don't have no data of what's going wrong with me. Lala D say, no, MC, don't do that to yourself. Now, that's 4 quarters to this thing I keep saying. But I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out. I got to get the data. That's the only way to figure it out. I got to get the data. While I think about it, I'm going to hit y'all with Scumbo Baggins. Why? Because, Lala D, you might not like this song. You might want to leave and come back.
Let me tell you about the legendary Scumbo Baggins, also known as King of Kings. The man so cheap he went to the strip club and the stripper told him to make it rain. That cheap motherfucker checked the weather and told the bitch to do a rain dance. Straight scumbag behavior.
Scumbo, bagging. This nigga full of shit like gumbo. Bragging. Self-proclaimed king of kings and king of kinfolk. What? Don't wanna pay his debt cause he been broke. So now the men joke. What? Yo, I don't fuck with the shady type. The Flakegate, Belichick, and Tom Brady type. 10-ounce gloves that been 90 degrees in a title fight. Or niggas that bet but don't wanna pay their debt. Scumbag, can you see the light? Alright, then explain. Talk to me. How you have the mental fortitude to play the game. Place a bet on a round in the fighter's name. Then in victory, you quick to run and collect your claim. You fucking right. But in defeat, you quick to vanish. This ain't the multiverse with 5 rings for the hand of Thanos. There's only 1 ring involved, and it has a canvas. And since you gone, stay gone, nigga. You're banished. We gotta do it, cause it's only right. You broke a bond with the fellas that was airtight. The way you be nigga has got these motherfuckers hype. Guaranteed when they see you, nigga, it's on sight. We talking about
Scumbag of the decade. The man so cheap he takes his own limits to the lemonade stand to get the price drop from a quarter to a dime. Nobody off limits, not even a kid.
So now the men joke, scumbo. This nigga full of shit like gumbo. Self-proclaimed king of kings and king of kinfolk. Don't wanna pay his debt cause he been broke. So now the men joke. What?
Scumbo bagging, his pockets must be lacking. Welching on a bed and being bows like that's what's happening. Jumps on the show, chest out, bro. I'm really hoping he say he's about to pay or brother no. Scumbag behavior. Did that boy just say that shit? Right then and now, say he get this wig split. Trey X starts it out. Hyphen getting ag, Eric R stutter ragging. Coming up with Scumbo baggage. I done got pissed. His bragging made me mad. I really thought he was better than that. He showed himself a fag. MZ stutter roast. Dude didn't give a shit. He was proud of the shit he did, laughing like a bitch. Now he in his feelings. Don't get mad, bro. You know you're supposed to pay our bets. Who you gotta go? Hiding in the wing. We see you scumbag king. Bet you wish you didn't say that shit. Pay your debts, king of king. I wonder what you really thought when you came out like that, bro. Saying, fuck it, let me have it. I can take it like you really like to be a scum, yo. You must have thought we was some lame ass niggas you could bully on this boxing talk show. You got us twisted, now you're missing. Don't hear you laughing, scum, bro.
Scumbo baggins. The man so cheap his son told him he wanted to trip. So Scumbo told the boy to start fucking bitches without a rubber. Now that's a scumbag. His own son.
So now the men joke, scumbo. This nigga full of shit like gumbo. Self-proclaimed king of kings and king of kinfolk. Don't wanna pay his debt cause he been broke. So now the men joke. What?
I got a call from the block, fams, yes. He asked me to take your head and place it on his dress. Put your body on the pike and let that bitch fest. Let the rats eat out your tongue cause you were wilt. Damn, we tried to make it business, dog, but this be personal. Niggas wanna find your location and straight up hurt you. It used to be like when they meet you, nigga, what it do? Now when they meet you, it's more like, nigga, what it do? You a stranger in a foreign land, and everything is cool until you come around with that bullshit we don't understand. Put his money to his word and then he told a lie. So when it comes down to his word, he's always gonna lie.
He still ain't paid that bet. I thought his husband said he paid him already. Man, that's messed up.
Man, Scumbo Baggins rolled through on us like that. Well, La D says, MZ, I can give you some tips because whatever Trey X is doing, it ain't working. Oh my gosh, it's just slamming the brother tonight. Be right back. Yesterday on the real, my MMA picks got better after I started listening to Trey X tips. My boxing picks are based off the same tips. So, D-Lo, you've been back for a minute. You've been quite silent. The old man probably fell out on us. Probably took his chair. Oh, he said, no, I'm still here. He still ain't paid any bets. Nah, okay. Dang. Didn't he win? And still ain't gonna pay. That's terrible. That sucks terribly. Hyphy, you got anything else you want to enlighten the people with?
Yeah, I mean, we could go into some more, boxing topics or, stuff surrounding boxing.
Hey, can I jump in for just a second?
Yeah.
You was talking about like the father trainer. You was talking about what's the kid? Schofield, right?
Uh-huh.
And y'all know we talked about Boots and some of the things that him and come out of his camp. Him and his dad. Some of the things they say. Which some of the stuff I hope they're not telling the truth on it, which is something I rarely say. I hope somebody tells a lie, but about not watching spar, not watching other fighters and all that stuff. Watching their opponents, not studying the opponent, and stuff like that. But you got Boots, and I made a video about this like 2 days before Boots last fight, about these fighters, about all this talk. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just going out there and just just continue to get better and progress and just be the best fighter you could be night in, night out. But so Boots had his fight. And you know what I'm saying, it wasn't his best performance by their own admission, which I mean, cool. It is a learning experience. Hopefully they grow from it, but they gotta change what I perceive to be their mindset to get better from something like that. You can't just come out and say all the guy did was this, all the guy did was that. And to me, that don't show enough humility on getting better. But so you had this situation with Boots. You had the Ellis kid who been inactive for a while. I know him and Boots going back and forth and all that, and then he comes out and he has a bad second half of his fight, which a lot of it you could attribute to inactivity, but he had a bad second half of his fight. They're going down the stretch, and then he ends up losing on the cards. I didn't feel like he lost the fight, but he lost the fight on the cards. So that's another one. And then you got the other young fighter that has his dad, the guy y'all was just talking to. So the Schofield kid, he had his night. He goes out there, and he had kind of had a flat performance, and I thought he fought well down the back stretch, but by and large, if I graded it against other performances I've seen of his, I'd have to give it like a C- type performance, or a C type performance. And then there's this other kid. I don't know if y'all know of him. He's another one that there's all these sparring stories about him, and he talk up and I like him. He got his dad in his corner, helping with his career, guide his career, and all of that. Brian Norman Jr. rather, his dad, Big Brian. So he had a fight on the Top Rank card, his Top Rank debut. I think it was last week or the week before last, and he was prior to the fight talking about he gonna get a first round knockout, and basically it's gonna be basically like his fight is gonna be kind of like what Boots said about his fight. He gonna steal the show, and talking about he's gonna get a first round knockout. Man, and that kid went out there. He had to fight. He had a fight on his hands, and he started out. I think he dropped the dude in the first or second round late. But after that, I mean, it was a lot of two-way traffic, real back and forth type fight. I mean, he clearly won the fight, but it was like a growing up type fight, and I felt like it's almost like boxing is humbling these people who going into these fights, these young kids going into these fights, talking about what they gonna do, and this, that, and the other. Because a lot of times in boxing, that really ain't the way. Ali got away with it, but for the most part, a lot of times these guys go into fights, they talking about what they want to happen, but they don't go in there predicting they're gonna knock people out in the first round, they're gonna steal the show, they're gonna do this, gonna do that. And it seems like more often than not, when it comes to these young up and coming guys that go out there being very boastful, the fight's not playing out that way. So that was just, like I said, it's like a pattern of that has been emerging lately, and I like it. Because I think it's gonna force these guys to grow and to get better and realize that they haven't arrived and they got a lot to work on to get to where they want to get to. Y'all there? I put y'all to sleep.
I'm sitting here talking. I thought I was saying something, but apparently I wasn't. I was saying, anybody else got anything they want to say? I seen I had cut off Joseph Brown. What were you getting ready to say, bro?
Nah, I'm just yeah, that's the current state of a lot of these guys. A lot of these young fighters now, they don't let their skills do the talking. They do the talking.
Selling wolf tickets. Is that still a word? People still say wolf tickets. What's another word they use other than that?
They call Catholic pretty much.
Capping. Okay.
Translation though, yeah. That's kind of falls into that same thing, but yeah. When I came up, that went capping wasn't what they call capping.
Yeah,
That's a whole other
It
story.
meant a whole other thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They didn't change the whole word to capping. But we got to keep up if we want to know what's going on. Capping. I ain't gonna even get into that. Start going down that road. Shoot, it's 12:05. I made that promise not to be holding people too long, holding y'all hostage. So if you guys would like to lay down the final words, we can get ready to get up out of here.
Hey, LG.
Uh-huh.
Hyper was getting it. I know you're trying to go and shut it down, but Hyper was trying to make a point about something before I went. And if he can't remember what he was talking about.
Hyper, where you at? We'll give him a chance to reshuffle his brain and get.
He might be asleep.
Oh no, not sleep. No, because Hyper 2 hours behind us. It's just 10:06 for here.
Yeah.
If anybody, he should be the one the most awake.
Most energy, ready to go, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I caught that replay that night. He messed around, fell asleep on you.
It started snoring.
Yeah, then woke up trying to ask the question.
When you started snoring, I was like,
hey, I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I had the last time I was on the panel with y'all. I think it was last week. I had done went on mute, and I was just listening, and then next thing I know, man, I woke up. It was time to go to work. So I went back and listened to the replay. I was like, please don't have unmuted the phone while I was sleeping. Hey, because I know I probably was calling them. And I said, man, I hope I ain't messing around and fell asleep on the live stream snoring.
No, I would be
when I went back and listened to the replay, I never did. I was on mute the whole show, rest of the show.
Yeah, I wouldn't put you out there like that. I could call me by surprise.
Yeah, I know you would eventually. You would went ahead and kicked me out the show or muted me or whatever. But still, I'm gonna tell you something crazy about that. I'll tell y'all this happened to me a while back. I had them messing around, and I was laying across my bed watching a movie, and dozed off, and somehow sent a text message of me snoring to my wife. It was like a 10-second text. That's a voice text. I'm like, how in the world I managed to do that?
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Lisa with her.
Yeah, Hyphy put in the chat that he'd be back in 5 minutes. So.
Oh yeah, I peeped it. Well, I got a story for you. Once again, it's a Circle K story. Baby D, the infamous. That's the assistant manager. Now she goes out of her way to say she's sick and even took pictures of it, right? But in the picture, she had fingernails. And she don't have any fingernails. And she used this to take like a week off. And she don't know that the manager, the GM know, and everybody at the store know, because she ain't been back to the store yet. So I can't wait for her to come back so I can see how she gonna look when we look up and find out, when she looks up and find out that you got a picture with fingernails and you ain't had fingernails in over a month. Said, you know what I'm saying?
People just sabotage themselves.
It's crazy. You went through all that hard work to do that and didn't realize that the picture you were sending was an old picture.
Yeah, I ain't fell off yet. I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah. Damn, I didn't. What was D-Lo talking about last?
He was running through the different boxes, saying how they getting the experience and stuff like that. So he liked what they going through and what they doing. He was pretty much giving props to the father-son teams that's going through boxing right now.
Yeah. See, like, okay, I'm all for uh a parent or whoever, like an adult, a chaperone, however you want to call it, father figures for being there and guiding their son and everything that they're doing. But it's just, to me, it's definitely a line in which there's some overstepping. For example, MZ, you played basketball, so if you had a son who was out there playing football, you can't get out there and, oh, next thing you know, I'm teaching my son, I'm yelling, how to do this, how to do that. So now you over there coaching a team. That's not what you specialized in. I just feel like that's overstepping your boundaries. And this at MZ, as a parent, sometimes you gotta
know how to separate yourself.
Yeah, you gotta let somebody else lead. Like I said, you can oversee it, but you could let somebody else lead.
Somebody more adapt to the situation than yourself.
Yeah.
Now there are outliners like a Deion Sanders, and him being the greatest of all time at his particular, sport and the position he played in. Now I can understand him, guiding his sons, in the same, sport in which he played. Who else would be more equipped to teach them on how to get to the highest level? You know what I'm saying? Like there are outliners, but in general, a lot of these guys who are guiding their sons' careers, whether it be any type of sport, they don't have that kind of pedigree or cachet in terms of you've done it at the highest level. So you have to trust that the people that you put in place are capable of doing their jobs.
I agree. I see what you're saying. I see where you're going with that. For the and you made a good point, Hyphy, by using the basketball term or whatever sport. And Deion would be an exception. How could you argue with the guy who's arguably the greatest cornerback that ever played college and pro? But with the boxing, I could see your dad has never stepped in the ring. Like you pointed out so many times, Hyphy, the guy that's coming from music with his son Schofield. It's Schofield is his dad, right? That's coming from the music industry and trying to guide his son. Yeah, I would think that if they really wanted their boys to thrive in this boxing game and be prominent and to do what they need to do and get up there and represent and get to the big fights, they would be smart enough to spend the money to pay somebody who's adapt to that and let they son learn from them and they learn themselves. But to just jump out there all brand new and fresh thinking you can just do it, that's a disaster that's a recipe for disaster. That's just my way of thinking of it. So I agree with what you guys saying. Lala D says she back. I'm craving pineapple, strawberry, and grilled teriyaki steak on a kebab. I'll make some this weekend.
Yeah, like with these dudes, you see the same way I look at, like, you can't get a fighter who just came off the couch and next thing you know, he ain't he really ain't putting no work in the game, but now you ain't gonna make him into a world champion within 2 years. Well, I look at a trainer the same way. A trainer got to get schooled. You know what I'm saying? He got to go through a school of ups and downs, learning. Now you could look up and get a very talented fighter. I think Calvin Ford, who ain't shit as a trainer, but he got Javante. So them situations ain't gonna come about that often. But as a trainer, you got to put in that work and increase your skill level also. And I'm just not in belief that you telling me a guy like a Tio Senior or Angel Garcia, these dudes, the only people that didn't train is their sons, and you telling me they world class trainers and shit. Because if y'all trying to take y'all fighters to a world class level, then y'all got to be world class, or you gotta have, you got to be somewhere around that level, and I just don't see it.
Yeah, they I guess luck got lucky. The cards fell for them in the right ways, and I think they pushed their sons as far as they can push them. And it's time to turn around, turn the helm over to somebody else, and let them go ahead and try to get their boys better if they really want to try to get them into the championships again. So I feel where you're going with that hype, and I agree with that. You know, if you can only get so far, then have the understanding of yourself to go ahead and learn how to step down and take a back seat. You can still guide things, but you know, learn what needs to be done so you can see. Yeah, do your homework and make sure you know what that person you put money in their pocket is doing to really help your people. But if you can only get so far, you know what I'm saying. And Angel and T.O. Senior to me has proven they can. This as far as they can get their sons. I don't see them getting belts and holding them unless some kind of crazy circumstance fall up where they just fall up on the belts. But it's time for them to turn it over to somebody else. In my opinion, add somebody else to the team, like you said, with with the other fighter that we were speaking about earlier. His name slips my mind, but you were saying about adding help to their team as well. I don't see no problem with adding help for Danny and T.O.
Yeah, and you know, be comfortable with not being not being a man. I'm looking at Yasir Kami talking about Calvin Ford versus Bill Haney. Man, I swear I just really don't like no Bill Haney, man. Just how he be going around all these channels and trying to just convince everybody that his son is the next, you know, great thing to come out of boxing. I just don't like that dude at all, man.
He promoting his son.
Yeah, he is. I give him that. Most fans is falling for this shit. I just don't like it.
Yeah, he doing his job. He doing it well enough to get you not liking it, but that's his job. He promoting his son. You know, if he can get any ear to listen that his son is the best thing going, he gonna put it in their ear.
Yeah, the school from Eddie Hearn. They got double talks more than any other mouthpiece that I've seen in quite some time, man. He's a double talking son of a gun, man.
Hey, he be doing weak shit like okay, he gonna he recorded himself. Now see, y'all talking about street shit. I thought that, I was always told that, recording phone calls and stuff, that's some weak shit. But this nigga, he turned on the camera and he called T.O. Senior. And T.O. Senior, T.O. Senior, you ducking me again? You avoiding me? You know I'm trying to make a fight. I'm like, damn, you gonna post that out just because the man didn't pick up? You don't know where that man was at, but he didn't answer your phone. So, just little shit like that. Or he called the dude from Top Rank. Didn't tell the dude that he had him on live. Hey, do we pay sanctioning fees? The dude even had to tell Bill, hey, I wish you would have told me that you was recording before you called me and talked about certain information. This man be doing some weak ass shit. But then you got dudes that say, Bill come from the streets. He a thoroughbred. Man, that nigga doing all type of shit that's just hella questionable. I don't care if you're promoting his son or not. Acting like a little kid around here.
I can't speak to the methods except to say he looking at the entertainment side of it.
Yeah, and like I said, he doing his thing because he got a lot of people going for it. It's a lot of people that they just they just fall in love with the fact that they can actually talk to him. That's why they call him Mr. Bill and Mr. Haney, Uncle Bill. Just because they can hop on the panel with him, they start calling him Uncle Bill. Yeah, so yeah, he doing this thing. He doing the right thing. But yeah, you just building a whole bunch of weak niggas around you. And as soon as your son, if your son was to lose, knock on wood, he don't. But as soon as he lose, they just gonna jump ship. You ain't building no loyal supporters. You just building fake niggas, using you so they can get up out of you, and after that, they gonna be gone.
Wow. Yes, I said Bill picked up bad habits from H Money and them mans. Man, I didn't know Bill was not like this much. Bill or Lane, says Eric R.
Man, hey, this MZ, this how dumb Bill is. He'll go on like one of these pro Mexican channels that's really don't like many black fires, and he'll go sit on a panel hoping that he could convince them to like his son. Like he do dumb shit like that.
I really don't know exactly what to say to what the information you guys are giving me right now. I really don't.
Yeah, like Bill, he'd be the type. He want all the Crip neighborhoods to support his son album. He want all the Bloods to support his son album. You know what I'm saying? He want everybody to mess with his son. And if he finally can't get you, then okay, you hate him. You capping. You hating. Like, man, I don't know. I see through that weak ass nigga, man.
Yeah, if there was a guy who was out here searching and lurking for yes men, that would be him. He's the ultimate. I need yes men on my team.
Wow. Whenever I looked at him and listened to him, I just figured that he was just, yah for his son. Like, go for him. But, all the other moves, I'm like, I ain't really followed him like that to see the phone call and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, wow, that's something else. But at the same time, I believe that he looking at it like they entertaining and all these little stunts is more better for his brand. I don't know.
I mean, even the stuff with Calvin Ford, you talking about this man is not getting paid to train Tank Davis. Like you just saying all kind of crazy, wild shit. Like, and you're not even fighting this dude next. You're not fighting Tank next.
I don't know what to say about that. But Yasser say same people who call him Uncle Billy, Mr. Haney, 9 times out of 10 be slagging him and his son off whenever H Money directs him to. Wow.
Hey, like just perfect example, MZ. That time when he and Shakur was on that live stream, and he kept saying, I'm about to get off because I didn't say all I gotta say. I'm about to let these 2 young men talk like the bosses they are. Man, look how long that man stayed on the Blood Clot Live.
Bro, he stayed on there for the whole duration, man.
Wow. Lala D say, hyphy. There's a channel here on YouTube. I won't say his name. He hates California people. Laughing out loud. It's a boxing channel. He hates the Haneys, so he blames all of Cali.
You know what? I actually don't know who she talking about, but I would be intrigued just to maybe laugh at some of the stuff that he come up, because you gotta be pretty ridiculous to hate a whole region based off disliking one fighter or any one athlete, period.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, nonetheless, I would probably find some stuff to laugh at about it, but that's a channel I definitely wouldn't mess with.
Wow.
I'm
lit.
Yeah, because like like I say, MZ, you got hella experience in basketball, but I know you understand. Okay, it was a certain level that was reached where you seen that guys was just really like the best players. You seen that some of them they were just real good athletes. They wasn't good basketball players.
Right. I've seen the difference between the dudes that was considered when we went into certain regions. Hey, this the man right here. You can tell once that ball go up and you start playing, you get to read them, how smart they are, things they do, if they make the right pass, they make the right move in a certain situation. It's a lot to go into it, but you can quickly learn your opponent when you out there facing.
Yep. And that's gonna show at certain times in boxing. That's gonna come into play. You're gonna see the difference between some guys that's good fighters, or they just been getting by off athleticism, and like I said, to me, that's the difference between a good coach and somebody that's just acting like they're a coach.
Yep. That like I've been harping or saying, it's a recipe for disaster because you're not having the knowledge of what to teach your son on how to react, what to do, and how to move can get your son hurt. Because boxing is the hurt game. But you can't tell people that got in their mind that they're gonna do something that they can't do it. That's just gonna make them lock down even harder and try that much more to prove you wrong. So we just have to see how their career is gonna fold out.
Yeah, I know you mentioned earlier that like you really enjoy listening to the Donairs and stuff when they make their rounds around YouTube and stuff. It wouldn't be difficult to set up like that's if you wanted to. It wouldn't be difficult to set up an interview with them because I kind of like joke around with Rachel just on a just like friendly basis and stuff, but it wouldn't be difficult to set up an interview with them if you wanted to. But like I said, I don't know if that's something that you even desire or not.
Let me think about it and see if I can come up with some good questions for her to answer that I would think that people would be interested in.
Yeah. Cause I'll be picking her brain when whenever I get a chance to, and see, this is the thing, because it's a lot of people that be interested in the business side of boxing and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got these open panels that always talk about the business aspect. Well, this is the one time where you get to talk to somebody that's actually in the business, so they know something about what they talking about. So see, that's somebody that I will ask a question about, maybe the business side, and when she speak, I'll listen. I'm not about to sit up there and try to, go back and forth with that woman about something, tell her that she's wrong when I don't know shit about it, so I can't tell her that she's wrong.
Right.
You can't tell none of these morons though. They'll sit here and go back and forth, and it just amazes me. And it's like, motherfucker, she actually has signed contracts. She's met all the people that you're talking about. She sat down with them. She's done business with most of them. She knows what the fuck she's talking about, bro, more than you who just on here talking shit.
Like a jailhouse lawyer. They know everything except how to get themselves out of the nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Done filed like 101 appeals already.
And telling you what you should and shouldn't do. This how you do this, man, because dude, you in here. What are you talking about? Get away from me. My son got the heat on up in here. I'm about to bake.
Hey, shit, you better get on that, boy. Well, I don't know about y'all area, but shit, the price of gas, and I'm talking about your gas, that shit then rose like 60% in California.
Man, y'all be taking a beating on prices.
Hell yeah, boy.
A straight up beating. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, hey, Lala D, how I get down. Everything get cooked in a goddamn Instant Pot, the pressure cooker or the air fryer, the 2-in-1. We ain't using no gas over here. The water heater turned on the lowest setting. Nigga.
Man, they really trying to get rid of the black and brown up in that bitch, huh?
Man. Oh yeah. Like I said, glad me and Joseph don't eat no goddamn eggs.
Hey, look. Y'all niggas is on y'all own when it comes to that shit.
Right. Nigga, damn near $1 an egg. Yeah, I know when people cook, I know they like to have at least 2 scrambled eggs.
Shit, most people got 3 scrambled eggs on their plate.
Yeah, nigga. That shit over, boy. I remember, like, you know what I'm saying, them niggas who you like be working out and all this shit, they be drinking what's that, like just drinking an egg yolk. I was like, oh man.
They be channeling the inner Sylvester Stallone, inner Rocky and shit.
Yeah, man.
You better off trying to chase a chicken than try to eat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see who Lala was talking about. That crazy nigga. You see, I be seeing like little clips of him all around YouTube and stuff. Like I just don't understand how some people be, I guess, like trying to interact with that dude Southpaw TV, because like he, you know what I'm saying, he ain't here. He just, you can tell he here to just like say the most off the chain things to get the most, you know, wildest reactions and stuff. That's just what he here on this boxing shit for.
Ain't he claim he from Chicago?
Yeah, supposed to be not Puerto Rican, but he's some other type of, you know, Latin, Latin descent. But yeah, he just here just to, you know, drop bombs in the YouTube community on a daily basis. And I mean, I guess it could be funny. I just don't watch his content. I don't know what he brings to the boxing community. Like, it's nothing that'll catch my attention.
That nigga a Canelo fanboy to the highest degree.
Word?
Yeah, man.
Is this the character that Lala D was speaking of?
That man hate Fred. He hate the LDBC. Everything nigga said he wanted to beat the shit out of 78. All kinds of crazy shit come out of this dude fucking mouth, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
He got some anger issues.
But I will tell you what, Lala, you know, I wish he would run into you know, some of these other YouTubes that's out there, like Aki TV or somebody. You know, he talk all that fighting and shit. Go knock out one of them niggas for me. hey, Lala D, since he like to be on that disrespectful shit, I want him to run into Monty Brown.
Isn't he in a wheelchair?
Yeah. Yeah, the man call himself the Big Stepper. Imagine that shit.
Well, okay. Well, still, you gonna stick the man on the man in the wheelchair?
Hell yeah, push that nigga somewhere, man.
Somebody needs to. As much lies this nigga be telling on fighters and fucking promoters just for clicks and views.
Well, y'all wrong.
That shit don't make no sense.
So you gonna push him so fast that when you try to stop with his hands, it's gonna start burning. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even see it. See, I'm getting stupid right now.
Hey, I kicked that nigga out of his wheelchair. Just like every time he try to crawl to it, just move it back an inch. Just keep doing that shit.
Oh, see, I can't take part in it. No, wrong. You wrong, and you know you wrong. You wrong.
Man. Hey, we gotta get these damn clickbait YouTubers out of here. Y'all talking about like we need to clean up the sport. Boxing needs to do this. Boxing needs to do that.
That's how you clean up the sport. That's how we gotta clean up the sport, because these niggas they destroying the sport, man. It ain't so much the fans, because the fans is listening to this garbage, but these niggas is the ones who's fucking up, you know, YouTube boxing, man. Just blatant lies, bro, all over the place. Just making up a whole bunch of bullshit.
Hey, Lala, while you out there, do you like the guy True Media boxing, Malachi? You like him, Lala?
You put my glasses back on.
But yeah, just, you know, in the other hood, it's just all types of just you know, people that's coming about and stuff, you know, cliques, communities, and all type of stuff. But But like I said, from this point forward, it's like the only way you gonna get a click from me as far as me subscribing to your channel. Like I said, you got to be talking about some shit that ain't nobody else talking about. Like you got to talk about a fight that's not gonna be on TV. You got to break down an undercard fight, or you know what I'm saying. You got to put me on some type of news that I know. Okay, you really had to go dig and search to find this.
Yeah, not motherfuckers who got a 20-part series on how Errol fucking Spence ducked Bud Crawford. Not no bullshit like that. Yeah, part 21 is coming up next. Why don't you talk about that, Spence? Like we got them type of fucking niggas reporting for the sport of boxing.
Part 21. Gentlemen, I have to say that I'm tired.
Yeah.
Open. I'm gonna let y'all close it out, and thank you.
I'll just go. This was fun. Like we got a little bit of everything. We was roasting, did talk some boxing. And I would like to think that, at least for the chat, I would like to think that we kept y'all entertained because we didn't been on for 4 hours and 5 minutes. And like I said, we didn't talk about no Thurman. We didn't talk about no Fury. We didn't talk about, much about the lightweights. So I like to think we was pretty diverse. And that's what we try to do. We try to talk real boxing and just mix in a little bit of everything else around it. So I hope y'all enjoyed it. And, I'm saying we do this thing every Tuesday. We'll be back Tuesday. To the people that's doing the whole Champ Ross thing, good luck on your picks and all them things. Lala D talking about, the food and all that. I hope she put it down too. I want to hear about that next week. How that shit come out, them kebabs and all that. Yasir over there in the UK, he didn't stay up with us for like the whole night, so that's hella appreciated too. Eric R and everybody else out there that came through, it's all appreciated. We do this for y'all.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like always, appreciate y'all boys, man. Breath of fresh air every time. Shit kind of gets under my skin. I gotta constantly click on, scroll through my browser. I'm seeing all the bullshit in the YouTube streets on boxing, man. It's just always nice to be able to get on a platform and talk about some real shit that's going on in the sport and not all this, clickbait bullshit that we see constantly every day. So shout out to that.